Hello everybody and welcome back to the Command Center. I'm Commander Lionheart, back again here on another video, brand spanking new video that I'm cooking up here. It's a brand new thing that we're gonna be trying to do hopefully every year, and it's to recap what our favorite games of the year were in that year, but also the games that we left behind, which is games we didn't get a chance to play at all, but we wanted to so badly. And also what upcoming games we are most looking forward to. Tonight, I am joined by an esteemed panel of gamers, TM, that will talk about these games with me. First off, you know him. You love him. He's the mystery man over at Mystery Movie Friends here on twitch.tv/Commander Lionheart. It's John.
Hello. I'm a mystery.
Yes,
Mystery
you're
Incorporated.
No, you're just a mystery man, not a mystery incorporated man. And also making his return finally to the Command Center, or to my channel, I guess. It's been a while. From twitch.tv/Tactical Dreamer, it's Tactical Dreamer.
What's up? How's it going?
Hey, Tactical. When was the last time you were here?
Oh man,
It's been over a year.
probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Been
We've
over
done
a
at least
year.
like one stream together, but I don't remember when that was.
We did
Long
it.
time ago.
It was mostly me on your channel. Back when we were
Right,
doing
did
the
some
reactions and that stuff. But you were also here at one point. That was long time. I secluded my borders to anyone for kept 60 feet of distance between, and even on internet standards, needed to be safe. But you're here now to talk about games, because oh boy, from what you told me, you've played some games.
Played a lot of games. I played I guess I didn't beat all of these games, but I played 77 games that came out this year. Enough to develop an opinion on them at least.
Jesus, Tactical.
Yeah.
I thought I was doing good at 38.
I thought I was doing good at 15. Oh my god.
Well,
Jesus.
altogether games, not this year games for me.
Oh, okay. No, but Tactical was this year, 2021 games, or just
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2021 games.
damn. But a lot of them have been for your streams. So
Yeah, a lot for streams, a lot for podcasts, all that good stuff.
okay.
Yes,
Like you
yes, you streamers with your excuses.
And you did mention that some of them you didn't finish. You just played some.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff on there like Destruction All Stars. I probably played like 4 hours of, but I know what I think of that game from 4 hours. You know.
Okay, I didn't play that. I got it free
You
with
don't- you
PS Plus, but I didn't play it.
Was that like the what's
Vehicle
the Star
combat.
Soccer game?
Yeah, the
Oh.
Twisted Metal Battle
Yeah.
Royale, but also on foot thing.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I think that the
Not for me.
only, I mean, I played a little bit of Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, but it's like 2 or 3 matches here and there, to see how it feels, and if I wanted to keep playing it, which I will be doing a versus of that game versus the Cartoon Network Battle Royale Smash clone that came out, but that's for a later time. John, I know that you did you start anything like recently that you haven't finished?
Well, I've got like Frostpunk and Satisfactory, which you don't ever actually finish. But really, the only thing this year that I started, fell off of, and then kept wanting to go back to was Returnal. I think I got like 7-8 hours in Returnal. But I know where I stand from what I played, and that game is I'm kind of excited to talk about it. And I do really want to get back and try to actually finish it.
Okay, okay. So you didn't finish that one. I thought that you did.
I don't remember what came out when because it was that, and it was the fact that you like runs would take like 3 hours, and you couldn't stop or you would restart. So that just kind of there was some of the stuff like that I fell off of that game, but they have since added a checkpoint system.
Yeah, I saw that. So for me, the one that I haven't finished, and it's because I've been getting sidetracked, is Halo Infinite. But I've played
Modding. He's been modding.
Shh, hey, let's not talk about that in this show. Halo Infinite, I'm well past the halfway point. Like I looked up how many missions are left, and it's 3 missions, and I think that I have a pretty good impression as well of what to say about this game. Even if I haven't exactly finished it. So, before we start mentioning the games, which by the way, we're not going to do like a top 10 in itself. There will be 10 games or more that we're going to talk about, but it's not going to be like your top 10 and your top 10 and my top 10 and that. We're just freestyling it and just talking about games that we appreciated this year, games that really stood out to us out of all the rest. And I do want to begin by asking a question. Was 2021 a good year of video games? In your opinion?
Hell yeah. Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the strongest years for me, honestly.
Okay. See, I think so too. I want to say that it from my point of view, because every year we always, by this time of year, we're always like hearing like, oh, this was kind of a slow year. This was kind of a disappointing year. Every year is a disappointing and slow year for everybody. Like everybody's always saying like, well, it wasn't that great, we didn't get this and that. And I'm kind of like always the opposite. I always feel like by the end of the year, I feel like, oh, we had a great year, or we had a good year of video games. It's almost always like at the start of the year when I'm trying to figure out what games are going to come that I'm like, I don't know, this doesn't seem like a stacked year, or this seems like it's going to be a slow year, and then mostly because we always get like just the first couple of months of the year of release dates like solid, like they're not moving from there, and at least the first 3 months, or at least the first 3 or 4 months of every year, they're always like there's always like bangers coming out, and then suddenly in the summertime it always dwindles a little bit, and then it picks back up in the fall. So it's always like, yeah, I don't see this year being that good, but by the end of the year I'm always like, oh, it was actually a pretty damn good year. And man, this year was something for me, especially with some of the games, and one genre in specific of games that we're probably gonna talk about with some of the games that we're going to mention. That is like one of my favorite genres, and it made like, I don't want to say a comeback because we've seen spoilers, it's the 3D platformers. We have seen a resurgence in the past couple of years of 3D platformers coming back with a vengeance, and this year was really good for it. There were a lot of good 3D platformers, one of which I did not get to play, and we'll talk about that game later on. So, with that said, Tactical, since you're the one with the most expertise on 2021 video games, please, sir, what stood out to you?
Well, let's just start with the goatee. The obvious goatee. It's not obvious. Nobody else put this on their list in the world. Neo: The World Ends With You is my favorite game from the year.
Okay.
Yeah, I really liked the first game. I never went back and replayed it, and I honestly wasn't expecting to pick this one up until like a sale or something, but my brother really sold me on it because he plays that first game like once a year. I was like, hey, this new one, even if you don't remember the first one, you got to play it. It's really good. And he's right. It's very good, very emotional, has the best soundtrack in any video game ever. Like, got me listening to a lot of music again. Like, I before this year, it was all podcasts all the time. Now I listen to tons of game music because Neo: The World Ends With You got me back into listening to a ton of game music. Like, my Spotify Wrapped was like 90 hours of Neo: The World Ends With You and like 30 hours of everything else. Yeah, I adore that soundtrack. It's amazing, and it covers every genre imaginable. You know, it's got pop in there, it's got hard rock, it's got some rap, some metal. It's crazy the range that this soundtrack has. And the game's got a great style, a great combat system where you're like controlling an entire party of characters, but from a single like perspective, a single camera basically. So they'll kind of like teleport to where your camera is and do their thing. And then when you switch to another character, their abilities, they'll like go back out into the field and do their own thing again. And it's just really cool and fluid. My favorite game of the year.
Okay, interesting. John, you didn't get to play that Neo, right, John?
No, that's going to be coming up later for games that I wanted to play but missed.
Okay. I played the demo of it on stream. It was cool. It was definitely cool. I never actually played the first game, so you know I've always seen it, and obviously I know about the Neo, or not Neo, the World Ends With You characters from Kingdom Hearts because of Dream Drop Distance, because they show up in that one. So that's like my vast knowledge of those characters in terms of that. But yeah, the demo was cool. The thing with me was that there's so many RPGs coming out now too, and sometimes you can just dedicate so many hours to just one. Like, you know that I'm all for my Kingdom Hearts and my Trails games. Those are the ones that I will always like go deep into. So to like give a chance to a new JRPG, it's starting to become a problem with me, considering all of the other RPGs that keep coming out. Like this year we also had a few that are on my list, and we'll talk about later.
There's several on my list too. Like you were talking about 3D platformers earlier. It was also a really, really good year for RPGs.
Mm-hmm. And it's every year now. Every year we're seeing a lot of RPGs coming up. I still have in my backlog Sakura Wars that I really want to play, and Atelier Risa 2. One of the games that we're gonna talk about in the second segment of games we didn't get to play is also Ys 9. I don't know have you ever played an Ys?
Yeah, that's on my list too.
Okay.
I did. I played Ys 8 and then I played Ys 9 this year and actually did a whole game club podcast on it. It's very good. It's also in my honorable mentions.
Okay. So, John, what's your GOTY? Your GOTY?
What? Life is Strange True Colors by a mile.
Okay. Why? Without spoiling, by the way, because I know that Life is Strange goes deep into spoilers and stuff. So.
Yes. There's one small section that I will talk about, not a major spoiler or anything, but it was. I have loved Life is Strange games since the first time I played the first one back in 2015. I think is when Life is Strange 1 came out.
I think so.
Loved the first one. Before the Storm was okay. I think I like Life is Strange 2 more than a lot of people, but True Colors just blows every single one of them out of the water. The major thing that I think really shifted this game and made it so much better is they took a step away from teenager protagonists and went with adults.
Thank God.
Because everyone in the
Hallelujah.
game is like in their early to mid 20s. I think Alex, the main character, I would say she's like, she's working at a bar, so she's at least 21. It was that. It was a lot of the. This game touched a lot more on some mental health issues. Like, it was a good year for games about mental health issues. I have 3 of them on my list. But the story's great. The voice acting is impeccable. The writing is fantastic. Deck 9 just slammed it out of the park with this game. And I've got a couple just teeny nitpicks, problems. I think the ending could have had another 20 minutes, but it was fine. When I got done with it, I was like, this is by far the best Life is Strange, and it's my favorite game of the year by quite a margin. And it's a great game. It's an easy platinum, like all Life is Strange, so that also helped.
Of course.
We hear like our platinums, at least 2 of them. And it touched on a subject that really kind of hit home real close for me, and it did it really well. So I won't technically I won't spoil that, but there's a part in episode 2 that it's about a character who has Alzheimer's, and my grandmother had Alzheimer's. And so as I was playing through that part, I wasn't seeing the character in the game. I was watching my grandmother, and I had to stop the game for a little bit and just kind of go sit and let the emotions out. But yeah, they did that scene it's perfectly shows what that illness does to people, and it was so good. So yeah, it's that game's kind of second to none this year in my eyes.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I've played through the first 3 chapters. It's been a few weeks since I've been back to it, because I have an audience that wants to watch the game when I play it, and they haven't been around. But I enjoyed what I played.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you had played it.
Did you get in episode 3? There is a good chunk of that game that is it's a full-on live-action role play.
Yeah,
and it turns the game into an RPG. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I played that. It's good. It's really good.
My biggest question about the game, because I still haven't gotten a good feel, how in the what I liked about the first Life is Strange was the whole time travel powers. Since these are technically the olden days of the point and click adventure, except it's no longer point and click. You just control the character and do various stuff. How I know that it's the powers in this game is tied to emotions. How does that necessarily work? Because I still haven't understood real well how that
So it's you basically you hit the R2 button, and it will go into almost like a detective mode kind of thing. The world will kind of gray out, but you can look around the room and you will see either objects with an aura around them or people with an aura around them, and you can read that basically emotion that's tied to the object. And you could also, there will be times where there will be a person that has just in the first episode, there's a character who comes in and is just rage angry. I mean, just Hulk level angry almost.
Mm-hmm.
And the emotion bleeds over to Alex, and it makes her angry. And so she can tap into the emotion of the character. Like if they're really sad, she will tap into that emotion and see the objects around the room that are tied to that emotion, and then be able to figure out what's going on and try to help them. It's kind of hard to explain without seeing it, but it is personally my favorite power of any of the Life is Strange games.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I asked, because even watching, like, I guess that it's mostly just tied to the gameplay, and you would have to like feel it for yourself to understand it better. Like, whenever I saw the trailers, I saw it and I was like, I don't know, this doesn't seem as interesting to me as obviously time rewinding powers, but from
I
what
found it more interesting kind of because it was like nobody knows what it's like to have time travel powers. Nobody knows what it's like to have telekinesis from Life is Strange 2, but everybody knows what it's like to see somebody who is having a bad day and you would like to help them, but you don't know how. Well, that's kind of what this game is about. Is you can literally connect with that emotion, figure out what's going on, and help them. That it plays better into a normal, a normal person, regular people. It's a more grounded power, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Maybe someday I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, you got to play Before the Storm first.
Is it necessary to play Life is Strange 2 to play True Colors?
No. Life is Strange 1, Before the Storm, True Colors. I still say people should play 2, but if you're just playing 3 of them, do it in that order. Just you can skip 2, even though I'd like to, but because there's a character from Before the Storm is a main character in True Colors.
Okay. Well, maybe someday.
Now I'm waiting for my Avengers game with all the people who have powers in this series, because that would be really cool.
I feel like that was where the game, one of the games was gonna go, the route, because I did also play the free small game. What's the name of it?
Captain Spirit.
Yeah, that one, Captain Spirit. And I don't know, that one gave me like the impression that like they're setting up to like where the protagonists of these games were going to like meet up or something, or like band together or something. Like, I don't know.
No, that the Captain Spirit is basically showing. Small spoiler for Captain Spirit. You remember the 2 boys, the next door neighbors, that when what's his name fell out of the tree and he was floating, that he sees the 2 boys next door. Those are the 2 main characters of Life is Strange 2.
Okay.
And it had the floating thing was actually the power of one of the other boys. He caught him as he fell out of the tree.
Oh, okay. Huh.
It makes sense when you play the game, and it works out pretty well. I wish they would have done a little more with, because I really like that character. But it's Life is Strange 2. It's a different game while still being pretty good.
Okay. So I have, for the past couple of months, been having a very hard time choosing my Gotti. It's out of I have 3 that are prime candidates for the Gotti of 2021, and 2 of them are on the same genre. One of them is kind of in the same genre, but in a different plane. But I kind of feel like my ultimate game of the year should be Psychonauts 2 for me. Like it's the one out of the 3 games that I've been in that have been in contention for that Gotti. The one that I keep thinking this game deserves it more than the other two, because the other two are fine. The other two are also great, and I love them as well. But we've been waiting since 2005 for this game, for Psychonauts 2. This game had been delayed. After it was revealed that they were going to do a Psychonauts 2, it was delayed a few times, and there was a point in time where I felt, what if this game isn't good? What if this game turns out to be not great? And I felt that all the way through up until it released. Like, once it released it was August, right? That it released? Was it August? I think it was August.
No.
Yeah, August 5th, I want to say something like that.
I started it
Early
September
August.
1st, so.
Okay. I think it was August, yeah. August, the beginning of August. Up until the point where it came out, and I was worried for this game a lot. Even though I saw the previews and I saw some trailers here and there, and I saw it and I was like, okay, it looks like it's going to be Psychonauts 1, maybe a little bit more polished, but we'll see where this goes. But I was not expecting it to be like, I was expecting it to be like, like the first game. The first game for me, I love the visuals and I love the whole world building of that game, but I did not like the actual like playing a lot of that game. Like, as someone who loves 3D platformers, it always saddens me whenever there's like unrefined mechanics in a lot of these 3D platformers. And the first game is one of those games that just, it was visually impressive for the time, and the story and characters were so charming, and the worlds or the brains, that whole idea was just so fascinating to me, and I loved it. But actually playing the game was a little bit frustrating at times, especially with the combat. And I thought that maybe I would get, and the first game I would give it like, what, an 8 out of 10 maybe, in like a rating scale.
It has the best final level in the game ever.
Then there's the meat circus, and yeah, it's gotten less.
We do not talk about the meat circus.
The meat circus has become less annoying as time goes on, but it's still not great. But all of those fears from the first game, all of that, I was like, maybe this game will end up being, because from the previews, what I saw, it led me to believe maybe this game will be like an 8 out of 10, maybe. It'll be good, but it won't be great. And reviews started popping up, and everybody was praising the hell out of it, and I started playing it, and this game was just so brilliant in its execution. It took every complaint that everybody had about the first game, about the combat, about the mechanics, about the platforming, the combat, and all of that, and it just took it apart and refined it and made it probably one of the best playing 3D platformers that I have played, actually. Maybe my one gripe is that they nerfed the balloon, the hover ability, because in the first game you could hover infinitely. In this one, it's like a few seconds. And that's probably like my only like major gripe with the game, that I would have preferred if they would have kept the infinite hover, because it reminds me as well of my good boy Spyro, where you basically do the glide after a jump. to reach new places. So that's probably my only gripe. Also, that while a lot of the levels were very inspired and very interesting, especially the first one. Tactical, did you play Psychonauts 2?
I did. Yeah, I played all the way through it.
Okay. That first level, or not the first level, just the first mission, the casino. That one, that's probably like my favorite. That's probably like my favorite level. Aside from the hippie concert. That one was
the band.
Yeah, the
Trying
band.
to find the band members.
Yeah, that one was a trip, but the casino one just reminded me so much of Persona. There was like literally a couple scenes where it was just I could just see Persona, like Joker showing up and Morgana shouting at you on the comms like, "Watch out, Joker!" Or it's not the most next gen or visually impressive game from that I played this year, but it still carried that Psychonauts charm throughout it that just makes it kind of unique in its own way, the game's obviously not perfect. I don't think that any game is perfect. Maybe one or two that I could mention, like, to me, Shovel Knight is a perfect game, and Grease probably, and every other ones, they do have flaws. So this one also has flaws, but they're minimal. And I loved everything that they did with this game. Like it just kept me so hooked and so entertained throughout the whole journey. Obviously there's a few twists here and there that you could see coming a mile away. But it's still fun. It's still fun to see the characters and their reactions to those twists. And yeah, I want to replay it. I actually wanted to replay this and the other two games that were in contention for GOTY, like, before we did this, but there was no time. There was just no time. But I do want to. One of the first games that I'm probably going to start playing and getting the platinum to next year will be Psychonauts 2, because it's just so good, and it seems like one of those games. Like it's not that long, but it's also a little bit long on the longer side, but not that much. So I'm trying to think. I think that I would like try to replay it every year, see how it stacks up every year, because that's also like one thing that I always keep thinking about is what my favorite games of all time are, and it's the ones that I've obviously gone back to the most. So I do want to see if it holds up after that initial excitement of playing it, But yeah, I know that you two played it, so thoughts on the game, if it was on your favorites of the year or as an honorable mention, or not at all. I don't know. John,
I'll let you go first.
Okay, I'll go first. For me, it wasn't in my top 10 or honorable mentions. I enjoy it a lot. That's just how many good games I played this year, honestly. I think it's a really good game, really creative and interesting. It fell a little short in terms of like the combat and platforming didn't feel amazing to me, but I really enjoyed it, and it's certainly one of the most creative games. Like everything you play from Double Fine is going to be creative and weird. It just didn't like completely hit for me.
Okay. John?
The one level that like the casino level you talked about is a highlight, but the one that just I always keep thinking about was the cook-off.
Oh god, the cook-off.
I loved the cook-off. That level was so much fun. But
That
yeah,
level was
it's
stressful.
yeah. Oh yes, it was. But it worked. They never forced you to. I mean, they never made it. Nothing was unfair about it. It was just like you have to do this as perfectly, as you can, and it worked really well. But yeah, it's in my top 10. I think it's a really good game. It was one of the three that I was talking about that the kind of touched on mental health and
Yeah,
stuff
I
and
know.
did it really well. It like I said, like kind of like you said, it's one I'm sitting here right now looking at the trophy guide, and I have it popped up here from the Sony store, kind of maybe thinking about buying it here in a minute. But yeah, I would love to play through it again and grab the platinum. It's a game that never should have worked, but it works so well. And it kind of reminded me of when Doom 2016 came out, because it was literally like everybody was like, "Is this game going to be good? Is it going to be good? It doesn't look like it's going to be good." And then reviews came out, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's fantastic!" And yeah, it's a great game. It's one of the highlights of the year.
Okay. So the game that was closely tied for me to getting that Gotti was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I love Ratchet and Clank. It has been a series that has been with me for a long time, and the 2016 reboot, I really liked playing it, but I did not like what they did in terms of the story and characters, because they changed a lot in that game from what they were in the original. And that kind of left like a sour taste in my mouth. Like, it was bittersweet, actually, because again, I liked playing that game. I prefer going back to Ratchet and Clank 2016 to play it than Ratchet and Clank 1, the original, because that game it's not outdated, but it is a little bit rough. Without all the stuff of like strafing and actual big health bars and all that stuff. So Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, I was very excited for coming into the year. Also a little bit worried, considering that they had not shown that much of the game leading up to the year. They withheld a lot of they mainly just showed us the same like initial area like a couple times in every like showcase and whatnot, and these are the different weapons and yada yada yada.
They seem to be more showing off the power of the PS5 than the actual game half the time.
Yes. Yeah, that's true as well. Like, yeah, look at this ray tracing. Look at this fast loading time SSD or whatever. Like, they were more focused showing that than a lot of the game. Which, to be fair, the first Ratchet and Clank in a lot of these generations have always been like this. Like, they have always been like the showcase for like the controller, either the controller gimmicks or what's new in the console or whatever. Like, Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction has a heavy reliance on the 6-axis, because that was the new thing that they implemented for the DualShock 3. Here we have the whole ray tracing thing, and the fast loading, and how they were going to use it to load up planets faster, or do some seamless area transitions and all that stuff. Actually playing the game, it was a lot of fun, because again, it's still Ratchet and Clank. It's still good old Ratchet and Clank. You have a whole bunch of weapons. You go ballistic with them, and I really loved Rivet, the new the newest character in the series, which is no, I'm not gonna say anything. It's a light spoiler, but I'm not even gonna mention it. Just you know what it is. You'll know what it is. Like I don't think that they mentioned it in the promotions, or maybe they did. No, I don't think that they did. Could be wrong. Regardless, it's a very fun game. It's a very beautiful game too. Like it definitely showcases the power of the PlayStation 5, that's for sure. Like it's gorgeous to look at. I spent quite a while like on the photo mode, just taking pictures of like Ratchet with the hover boots just going through water and the water just rippling and just taking photos of that. Like just such a beautiful game. I kind of have a gripe with I don't want to say like the finale itself. It's just I was expecting more from a certain character, and I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't do more in terms of the story. Like I think that they should have presented the character maybe earlier and had that character be a more ominous presence, but aside from that, I really loved the game. I'm looking forward to replaying it eventually, and I'm also looking forward to them hopefully continuing the series. I know that. Oh, and that's another thing. I also have a bit of a problem with something at the end of the game where they keep teasing that they're going to do something and they don't. And it's not just this game. It's been like a couple games in the series where they say that they are going to go meet some people and they never and they still never show us them seeing them. Like I thought that that's where they were going to go with the ending. I thought that was going to be like the like the ending of the game, of them meeting those people, and no, they didn't, and that left like a little bit of disappointment in me because it's something that's been built up for a couple games now, and they keep teasing it and teasing it and teasing it, and they just don't do it, and now it's like, okay, I think that it's enough teasing, and you really need to do it.
Yeah, I think at this point where they left that off, if they make another game, it would be very hard for them to make a reason for why they are not showing the thing that they've been teasing with the way that left off. Yeah,
exactly. Like, that's probably, out of everything, that's probably my biggest gripe with the game, my biggest complaint of the game, and why it fell to number 2 for me, because obviously I judge games on gameplay, but also on story and characters and on all that. So I have to judge them all on a whole. So some things just lower them for me. John, you did play it, right?
Played in platinum.
Played in platinum. Good old played in platinum, baby. That's how we do it here.
I'll say even I platinum that one, and I don't get a lot of platinums. It's a pretty easy platinum, thankfully.
Ratchet and Clank games have always been,
well,
for the most part, very easy to platinum. Like, especially if you enjoy playing them. Like, if you find the gameplay enjoyable, they're very easy to platinum. Is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart on either of yours top 10s or honorable mentions?
You can go ahead, John.
Top 10. It's in the top 10.
Okay.
Easy.
It's in my honorable mentions. I think my biggest gripe is that almost every weapon is just like a repeat from an older game. They kind of rehashed a lot of that.
Yes.
I wish there was more new stuff.
That is true. That is.
That does seem like it kind of happens on the first of a console generation with these two.
That, but also they have been doing this for a while now, where they, instead of making new weapons, even if they are, you know, different names or different things that do the exact same thing as the other one, they kind of just rehash a lot of the older weapons now, and they don't necessarily do original weapons. Man, what was there was one that I really loved, and I don't remember which one it was now. Oh shit. There was what was the one that that transformed enemies into something?
It's a plants, the topiary spring.
Oh yeah, the topiary.
Yeah.
That one was good. I like that. Yeah, that's fun. That's what I
Yeah.
always love about Ratchet and Clank games, of the stupid weapons, of the silly weapons that just do shit, like the Sheepinator from the old games.
Groovatron is amazing.
The Groovatron is always a good one.
Pixelator.
The Pixelator is also a good one, but that one's also like coming back from other games. I think that one was 2016.
That's an old one.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously, if you've played a Ratchet and Clank, then you know that the weapons are a lot of fun. But yeah, like Tactical said, some of them are just repeats. I think that we've gotten the combustor too many times at this point. I think that goddamn combustor needs to go. The next game, get rid of that thing already and give us something either new or bring back the... Fuck, what was the name of the one from A Crack in Time that you modified? Oh... I forget the name, but the one from A Crack in Time, they only used once, and that one was actually really good because you could modify it to be an assortment of different things, not just a normal gun. It could also be like a sniper or a shotgun, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I think it was Constructor Gun or something like that. Maybe it was that. They should bring that one back. Or a better option, just bring back the dual guns from Deadlock, baby. Give me them Halo Ratchet again. That Halo.
Or a better option. Put all the freaking games on the PS5.
That's Sony. We're calling you out, buddy. You need to put all the Ratchet and Clanks and all the Sly Coopers. John, shut up about the last part. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Anyways. Tactical.
I switch those for Metal Gear and I'm good.
Aha. Tactical, what else stood out for you?
Let's see. Well, just to not just run down my list from top to bottom, let's go to something indie. Inscription I really loved from this year. If you've been on the internet, you've probably heard people talking about this. It's a
I actually
deck
have
building.
not.
Oh, really?
No.
I have a lot.
Yeah, it's making a lot of. I think it's Polygon's Goatee. It's like number 9 or something on Game Informer's top 10.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I had a guy come up to me at Best Buy the other day when I was looking at the games, and he was like, "Have you played Inscription?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." He said, "You really need to play Inscription," and that was at Best Buy.
That's weird. They definitely don't sell that at Best Buy. But yeah, it's a roguelike deck builder. You play across the table from this weird figure that you can barely see, and the whole game is like about discovering what's happening, like why what is up with the cabin. There's a bunch of mysteries to solve. You can get up from the table that you're playing cards at and like walk around the cabin and solve a bunch of puzzles there to figure out what's going on. And the game only keeps getting like crazier and crazier from there. I'll say, if you don't like deck building games, you probably won't make it through this entire game, I'll say, but I think for a good chunk of it, you will have a good time, because the game definitely wants you to win. I think unlike something like Slay the Spire, where it's pretty crushing unless you're building something very specific, like a specific great deck, this game really wants you to win. It really gives you a lot of options to be incredibly overpowered very quickly, which I love. And yeah, it's worth experiencing, like, talking around spoilers here, it's worth experiencing what this game has to offer and where it goes, because it's really bizarre.
Huh. Interesting. I had not heard about this. I'm looking at a trailer right now. Huh. Okay.
It's from a fairly famous game developer too. What's his name? He's put out some really good stuff.
I think it's Daniel Mullins.
Yes.
The Hex and
Yes.
Pony Island he also put out. I have not played either, so
Okay.
I have heard from many people like, oh, if you've played his other games, you've kind of seen his thing. I have not played his other games, so it's all brand new to me, everything he does with games.
Okay. Interesting. Inscription.
Well, just quick update. I just bought it, so.
Nice.
And that's something that happens here live, ladies and gentlemen, even though this is being recorded. Okay. That's it. You kind of sold me on the it wants you to win, because I have tried. I know it's not the same, One Step from Eden. I know it's not the same, but it is a building, a deck kind of thing, and it's always, you know me, you know that I'm not big on roguelites or whatever. So that one, I got a few runs in and I just couldn't beat it, so I just gave up. But
yeah, I'll say that's often my experience with roguelikes. Like, God, was it 20XX or 30XX? I think
20XX. Yeah, 20XX. Oh boy, 20XX.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, but I don't think I ever beat it because it crushed me when I lost, an hour into a run or whatever.
I beat it, but I never want to go back to that game. And it's sad because I love Mega Man X, and I got into it because it was like this. Oh, it's a roguelite Mega Man X, and I was like, okay, let's give it a shot and whatnot. But yeah, no, I don't think I know that there's 30XX coming soon and whatnot, but not for me. John, anything stand out from your list, sir?
Which one?
Pick one.
Let's go for the Forgotten City. A game that surprised the crap out of me. So this one's going to be hard. Like, I'm not going to spoil story stuff for the most part, but you have to talk mechanics with this game to talk about it. So the Forgotten City is I would best describe it as a time loop detective game mixed with Mass Effect dialogue choices.
Okay.
It's a strange game, but it's really good. You wake up on the edge of a shore, and there's a girl there who's like, I sent this guy into this city to look for something, and he never came back. Or into this cave to look for something, he never came back. Can you go look for him? You walk into the cave, you end up falling down a shaft, and you're in the Forgotten City in the ruins. And so you walk through the city, and you eventually come to a portal. You step through the portal, and you are in 67 AD. You're going from modern time to ancient Rome, or ancient Roman time. It's in Italy. Is basically where the game is set, but it goes through a bunch of different stuff. Nothing is what it seems. But you basically walk up, you start talking to people, and they start telling you stuff that's going on. There is a thing in the game called the Golden Rule. Basically, if anybody commits a sin, everybody dies. The whole city will be wiped out, and it kind of starts over. So you walk up to the head of the city, and he's like, okay, I saw you come out of this shrine to a goddess. I do believe that someone is getting ready to break the Golden Rule, so a while back I found this spell that is a time loop spell. It will send one person back in time. And since you came out of the shrine, I'm assuming that you are a time traveler. And so you tell him, yes, I came from the future. There was a portal. and there's also a body laying there. There were bones, and upon the casting of the spell, whoever casts the spell immediately dies. So every time you time loop the head of the city, he dies, and then you come around the second time, you go back and talk to him again. And so you take stuff that you learn from each loop. You can complete the game you can get the true ending in, I think it is 2 loops if you know exactly what to do. Which I got platinum for the game, so I had to figure that one out. But yeah, it's just you will find out that someone has been poisoned, and then you have to get the cure for the poison. So you walk up to the guy selling the poison or selling the antidote, and he's like, "I want 1,000 gold for it." And you have a choice. You can either get the money and pay him, or you can just steal it and run for the time loop. And when you come back the second time, well, now you have the antidote. Okay. So you can give it to the person who's been poisoned. But one of the things that was really, the game started out as a Skyrim mod. And so I have actually went back and watched some of the Skyrim. It's a very different looking game, but it's really interesting to see a game that started as a Skyrim mod turn into this. But like as you go through the game, you get more and more things that you have to do each loop. Like so, each loop you have to go give the antidote to the person who's been poisoned. You have to go do this. You have to go do that. And one of the smart things that they did was they figured like that's going to get to be very monotonous after your like 4th or 5th loop. Yeah. So every time you step out of a portal, there's a guy standing there, and he becomes kind of your friend on each loop. Mm-hmm. You retell him everything, but you walk up to him and go like, "Hey, you look like somebody who's strong. I need you to go do this, do this, do this." And every time you complete quest that has to be redone, you just have him go do it for you, and you go do something else. Well, you will see him running around the city. You'll see him running around the city to 4 or 5 different things of like, someone walked up to me and said, "I need to come do this," and you will see him running around the town, taking care of the stuff that you have done. Okay. It's a cool game. It's really interesting. The true ending goes places I didn't see coming. There's a heck of a twist. It's a wild game that I think deserves to. If you like what I'm saying, you should at least check it out. It's on sale quite a bit. It's only I think $40.
Also on Game Pass.
You have any interest in
Yes, also on Game Pass.
Yes, it's also on Game Pass. I did forget about that. If you have interest in getting a physical copy, I would say do it, because I kind of doubt those are going to be around for too long, because it's kind of a niche game. It's a cool game. It took me, I think I got the platinum in 10 hours. There's 4 different endings. A couple of the endings are really good. The true ending's really good, and one of the first endings you can do is just hilarious. But yeah, it's a cool game to just sit down and experiment with, just to see what you can do.
It is
it's
$17 on GameStop right now, physical.
Nice.
Yeah, I bought it for 30, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, a big thing with those 4 endings is like, because it is a time loop game, you can do an ending and then just start from your time loop and continue doing the other endings. I've gotten really sick of multiple ending games lately, but it didn't bother me there because there is one that is clearly the canon ending, first of all, and also like you can do all of them in one playthrough basically.
Okay.
Which I enjoy. Mm-hmm. Also, like, yeah, this was the year of time loops, and this is definitely far and away my favorite time loop game of the year. And a lot of it is the smart use of that character you were talking about, Galerius, that does a lot of your tasks for you. Whereas in a lot of the other games, like 12 minutes in Deathloop, I just got sick of having to do the same thing to get something else to happen so that I could try that thing later in the day or whatever,
Okay.
If they hadn't have added that character in there, that game it wouldn't be as high on my list as this because it would have just been so monotonous. Because basically your goal, quote unquote, is to try to basically save everybody from the golden rule. So if you don't do this on the loop that you figure everything out on, people die. So you have to do it. But yeah, if it, I think you get, I think it's six quests you have to complete by the time you get to the end of the game to do that. And it would take 20, 30 minutes. It'd probably take 15, 20 minutes to do it all, to go through all the dialogue options, all the. So yeah, they were real smart by just including a character to do it for you.
Sounds like other games should take note and apply that.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah, it is also on my list.
It was made by.
It's on your honorable or top 10?
Top 10.
Top 10? Okay, wow, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. It was. I know this was made by, I think it was 3 people. The original mod was made by one guy. He was a lawyer in Australia, and when the mod started getting a lot of traction, there was a PC Gamer article about it, and one of his bosses called him in one day and said, "Is that you?" And he's like, "Yeah, that was me. I made the mod." And his boss basically told him like, "Well, you need to quit all this game crap, and you must focus on your law career 24/7. You need to stop this." So he quit and started doing game development full time.
Nice.
And his game is one of the highest rated of the year, I think.
Interesting.
There's a great documentary on what's the Daniel Dwyer?
No Clip.
Yes, No Clip. There's a great documentary on there on No Clip about the game. It's really good.
Okay, interesting. I have it downloaded from Game Pass, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I know that John won't stop telling me to play it, so I might as well just have to play it, I guess.
Yeah, you should.
So, since you guys mentioned indies, I'm going to go. There's an obvious indie. I mean, technically it is an indie. Like, it is made by an indie studio. And because this is their first game, I think it was an achievement for them. I think that... I hope that they make a sequel. Because I do have some problems, particularly the combat, particularly the normal enemies, and I'm talking about Kena Bridge of Spirits, a game that I was very excited for when the year was coming around, mostly because it fucking looked amazing. And it still, when you play the game, it still looks amazing. Some draw distance stuff can kinda ruin the immersion a little bit, but we can forgive all that. And some animations also can be a little here and there. I remember there was one place I stepped on, and you could literally see that Kena's feet were above ground, so it kind of like ruined it a little bit for me. Not ruined it a little bit for me, but just it was distracting to see her feet not touching the ground, or at least clipping. I would accept clipping over her floating, but yeah, Kena Bridge of Spirits is a very beautiful, very gorgeous looking game. It is. Ever since it was revealed, I think that we've all like thought this looks like a playable Pixar game, and it is because of how graphically stunning or visually stunning the game looks. It's definitely one of the better looking games of this whole year. Now,
for anyone out there wanting a comparison, it looks like Ryan the Last Dragon. It reminds me so much of Ryan the Last Dragon.
yes, it definitely does. It definitely does look and remind me a lot of Ryan the Last Dragon as well. But that's just the visuals. The game, I wasn't disappointed because it's still in my top 10, but it is on the lower half because I feel like maybe their initial idea was to make it a longer game. Because I don't know about Tactical, you played it?
I did.
Okay, so did you also feel like they went into the ending a little bit too fast? Like, you do 2 masks, and then you are immediately thrown into the big bad. Like, I was expecting a little bit more build-up to him. It's almost like there was supposed to be at least one more story with characters, and then it would be the big bad, quote unquote.
Yeah, I see that for sure. I definitely like it feels like I mean, I guess it is a hub and spoke structure, but there's only 3 spokes, so to speak, which is a little odd.
Yes. Another reason why it falls for me and it's not like higher is because I honestly, aside from the boss battles, for the most part, except with maybe the last one, which I kind of really didn't like, but the other boss battles I actually enjoyed, especially the one where it's the tree back-to-back bosses before the quote unquote big bad.
Oh, the hunter mask, the warrior mask, and the mask maker.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I especially felt like those 3 were really good. Yeah, those 3 bosses in particular were really good, and I really liked them. And I think that those when I got to those, because I had like kind of put off the game for a few days, because of my kind of problem with this game, that it's like I liked exploring. I liked like going around and finding the rod and doing this and doing that. I did not particularly like fighting normal enemies. At least not until you get your full arsenal, and even with your full arsenal of abilities at your disposal, I was like, I'm kind of getting tired of the waves, especially when you were trying to do the red chest and all that. But when fighting the bosses, it kind of became more, and I know, not every game is Dark Souls, and not every game is Dark Souls, but it did feel like it suddenly turned into like a Dark Souls with having to dodge roll or use your shield and move around and like restrain yourself from attacking too many times so that they didn't hit you back and all that stuff. So the bosses for me worked. I like the bosses, but the normal enemies, I really did not. I had no interest actually in fighting the normal enemies, even outside of the red chest or whatever. Like they were more of an annoyance in me exploring the world and all that than anything else. So that's why. Also, the combat. It's not bad. Like, it's not a bad combat, but I think that it could have been better. And that's why I'm hoping for a sequel that kind of fixes the parry timing or the actual animations, or that the actual animations actually feel you can feel the weight of the attacks that you're doing, because a lot of the times it just feels like you're just hitting them with a stick and it doesn't do anything to them. You see the health bar lowering, but you don't feel the weight of the attack. And for a game that is like very like heavy on with the at least with the bow, with the bows and arrows, where you use the gimmick of the dual sense. I kind of feel like the gimmick thing that you feel with the controller should have been felt more in the game. If I'm making myself understandable. But yeah, I like the game.
Adaptive triggers.
Yeah, the adaptive triggers. I like the game. It's just
Yes.
like we say in Mystery Movie Friends, life is good, but it could be better. The game was good, but it could have been better. Like, there needed to be a little bit more fine-tuning. Also, I don't know, the dodge roll animation for her was distracting. Like, and I don't know if it was my controller, but it also felt like there was an input lag whenever I hit the dodge, and she would do the dodge animation. I don't know if it was the game or if it was my controller. I'm not sure.
How did you notice it?
I didn't notice it either.
Okay, so maybe it was like it's not big. It's just that it's not like other dodge rolls that I've seen in other games where, you know, you tap the circle button, which is usually the dodge roll. You tap the circle button and it does the dodge roll. Here she does like this animation of like lunging herself to do it. So, and that takes like at least a few milliseconds. So usually if you're seeing an attack coming and you want to dodge roll it, you need to like press the circle button a little bit earlier, a few milliseconds earlier than you would in other games, in order for the attack like not to hit or whatever. Same thing with the parry. I feel like it took that parry thing to like get the perfect parry was still problematic for me throughout the whole game. Like, I could never get it down.
I had a problem with the parry until the second to last boss fight, where you have to use the parry. There is no way around it. You have to use the parry to beat him. And I can parry dang near anything in the game now. I got so good at the parry in that second to last boss fight. It just clicked, and I got through that boss. I went back and did that final boss, the second to last boss fight. I didn't even take a hit.
Yeah, I played it. It didn't make my honorable mentions or anything. But yeah, I think it is a good first venture, like you said, for the studio. I think my main problem is like the combat counters were getting really old long before the end because there's not a lot of enemy variety.
Yeah.
And like eventually I just got so tired of like failing them at all that I just turned it down to the lowest difficulty. And the difference between the second to lowest difficulty and the lowest difficulty is far too extreme. You go from like dying in 3 hits to being literally invincible. There needs to be a little more fine tuning in between those two, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
I played it on normal all the way through. I didn't know you could do that. So I mean, but
Yeah, I have heard a lot of people say,
yes,
say that they've.
I'm going to do master.
I want to do master just because it's the last goddamn trophy that's in the way of that platinum, but I just keep thinking about the normal enemies, of going through them. Like, it just felt like it's not that of dying, because the game actually has like good checkpoints here and there. It's just that the normal enemies just didn't do it for me. Like, you see the exact same enemies over and over again and do the exact same thing over and over again to a lot of them. That I didn't want to face them. I just wanted to get to the bosses instead.
I think maybe some of it with me was just so much Dark Souls, where you walk through areas with the same enemies over and over and over and over again, that they don't bother me. The only problem I have with the normal enemies are those stupid chests, those like cursed chests. The time trial ones are where you have to beat 15 in a minute is annoying as heck. There's one that I've probably done 12 times and I still can't beat it.
Yeah, I push back a little bit against like the not the Dark Souls comparison, but like I feel like in Dark Souls games, I played through all the Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Sekiro and all that. I feel like they have a lot of enemy variety. You do see a lot of the like normal undead enemy around, but there's also like a million other types of enemies everywhere. It's not like literally undead is what you fight for 90% of the game or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that. I kind of there was I think it was last night or the night. It might have been right after I finished it. I was like, I kind of want to get the PC version and see if there's a mod that literally just makes it Shadow of the Colossus where it's all boss fights.
Oh man, that would be amazing. that would be great, actually.
I would just make the game Shadow of the Colossus. I think that actually might have been better. Where you only fight bosses.
Yes, I agree 100%. Like I said, I think that I would have even been happier with the game if there weren't normal enemies. Like, I don't think that when they showed off the game, they didn't show off too many enemies either. Like, they showed it was mostly visuals, but also like maybe one of the bosses I think that they showed off. And that's
I don't know.
I don't think that they showed up. So I was always like wondering, is this game just going to be like more exploration based and just fighting like bosses maybe here and there? I think that could have been a much better choice of them just scrapping the normal enemies and just giving us like bosses, because the bosses are really good. I really like the bosses. It's just the normal enemies that I just got so tired so quick of just hitting them with the damn stick.
Yeah, I agree. Like I compare the game a lot to Zelda. I really love the puzzles and the platforming in this game, and I like the boss fights a lot. But like in most Zelda games, you kill the enemies in like 1 or 2 strikes and they're nothing. And I like, if this game was more in that vein where literally like there either weren't any normal enemies, I would really love that, or if the enemies were just like, it's just a thing that's on the road, I can walk past it, or I can smack a couple times and it'll die, whatever. Yeah, I do think it would be better.
Yeah, that was another thing of like, you encountered a lot that you couldn't get past through. So, like, again, it's not.
I had a
going back to the Dark Souls thing. In a lot of Dark Souls games, you can just run past enemies. So, unlike in this game where you can't. So,
yeah. The only problem I really ever had was I think it was the warrior path. You're up on a cliff fighting a bunch of guys, and there's those stupid exploding ticks. And every time I get hit with one, it would fly me over the cliff out of the battle area.
Yeah, that happened to me.
It restarted that stupid fight. I think. I think I restarted that fight because of that 5 times. That was one of the more annoying things for me.
Yeah, for a game,
I was not very happy.
For a game that's generous with checkpoints, they should have also added like, oh, if you fall, you just take damage. Like, some health gets cut off, like in a lot of other games, instead of restarting you back in the goddamn last checkpoint that you did. Because that was, you're not often in the mountains or like in in places with bottomless pits or whatever, but when you are, be careful, because if there's those exploding enemies, you're for certain going to fall down those bottomless pits, and it is going to be annoying every single time.
The worst part for me is I wasn't dying, I was just falling down to the next road. So I would have to run back up, and by that time the enemies had reset. I was back to fighting that stupid witch.
So no,
I killed the witch. I'd get.
So for me, it was that the exploding things just sent me flying, and I just fell off the fucking mountain, and it restarted me back at the beginning of before those fights. So I had to redo all those fights again.
Yeah, I wasn't getting any checkpoints or anything. I was just getting flung out of the arena to the road, because there's no like invisible barrier around the fights or anything. If you run out, they reset. So every time one would explode and it would shoot me off the one level down to the next, the road that I ran up to get there. By the time I'd get back, it had reset the fight. And I would run in there without waiting for my health to regen. So I ran in there one time at like 30% health and realized it too late, and I was like, oh crap, I'm dead now. Yeah, I had that happen to me 4 or 5 times in the span of like 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's definitely annoying, not just in this game, but in every other game that does that. So
Yeah.
so developers, cut it out. But yeah, for this being Ember Labs' first game, I applaud them. They did a magnificent job. Again, could have been better, but that can all be resolved in a sequel or in another IP, because I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to do a second Kenna or if they're just going to move on to another IP. But I am looking forward to whatever it is that they decide to do, because it was a strong first outing for them, and I applaud them.
Yeah.
Sticking with indies, Dodgeball Academia is also on my top 10. It's the number 10 for me. I really liked that game. I know that I screwed up by saying that it's like Pokemon. It's not like Pokemon in terms of the battle system. It's like Pokemon in the sense of its structure of you're going through this school, fighting other classmates, and it's that kind of like layout, the same layout of like all the Pokemon games, of like top down and going through a place and others challenge you to dodgeball matches and all that. I really like the game. It's on the shortish side. The story is ridiculous, I guess. But I like it because of it. Like, it doesn't take itself seriously. It breaks the fourth wall a lot. But it's a really fun game, and if anyone out there hearing it has not had the chance to play it, you should. I think it's still on Game Pass. I believe it's on Game Pass. It's also available on PS4 and I think on Switch. I believe it's also on the Switch.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's also on the Switch. It's a really good.
I think it's on Steam too.
I think it is, because I think I played the demo on Steam earlier in the year, and then I played the full game once it came out on Game Pass. It's also an easy platinum, which whenever I'm holding off, because I'm holding off to see if they do a physical release, because I want to add it to my collection of games, because it's a good indie. I've really, really liked it. I think it's 25 on the PSN store, so it's a good one. It's definitely worth checking out if you haven't heard about it. It's Dodgeball Academia. Like, again, it's not turn-based. It's action. It's basically an RPG. It's also an RPG, action RPG, where you are moving around the court and throwing your dodgeball and wiping out the competition. It's such a good game.
Yeah, like throwing your dodgeball.
It's $19 right now on Steam.
Okay.
Yeah, passing and like building up all your allies' like special abilities and using them at the right time. Like having a healer in there, and it's like, oh, my health's getting low, I gotta switch my healer, build up his ultimate, use my healing ability, and then switch in my other guy. It's a very fun, frenetic game, and also it's challenging enough, but there's some late game mechanics that can make you incredibly overpowered if you want an easy time later on.
Yeah, there's accessibility options that you can, like.
That's right.
Oh, I don't want to take this much damage, I'll just lower it. Oh, I want to deal twice the damage, I'll just increase it. Like, and it's one of those games where it doesn't punish you for doing that. It's, like, I like that game developers, specifically indie game devs, a lot of them start realizing that the era of like all games should be difficult and all that shit is gone, and that some people just want to enjoy a game and not just be there beating their heads around a wall like for 20 hours or so, just doing the exact same thing. Celeste was another one that did a very good job with it. Even though I refrained from using any of those accessibility options in Celeste and just managed to push through, because that game's message of pushing through and overcoming the odds, that it just made me just want to beat it legit and not use the accessibility options. Now for the B sides and the C sides, I did use them because I was like, okay, the story's done.
I also did the B and C's without using accessibility options. It took a long time, and I did it with Joy-Cons, and I don't recommend using Joy-Cons for that fucking game. But that game's incredible. Celeste didn't come out last year, this year, so we can't talk about it. But my favorite game of all time, actually.
Hey, one of the best games.
I haven't played either one of these, but playing that on Joy-Cons probably is terrible.
It's like Shovel Knight. You cannot play Shovel Knight with a Joy-Con. You need to have a dedicated, really good D-pad in a working controller and use the D-pad to make some precision movements in Shovel Knight. That's how you play that game right. Because I have heard some people complain about Shovel Knight, like using controllers like the Xbox controller or the Joy-Cons and them not enjoying the game that much, and usually it's because you need to have precision to land in that game, like bouncing off of enemies or landing in places. That's a topic for some other time.
I had Celeste, but I don't.
You should. It's good. It is hard, but
maybe
maybe
I have on Epic.
It teaches you. It teaches you to move to become a better person. All right. We are already at 1:30, and we have 2 more topics to talk about. So let's talk about other games. Maybe not as in detail, unless you do want to talk about a specific game in detail that was on your top 10 or honorable mentions.
All right, I'll take the next one. It Takes Two is one of my favorite games from the year. Cooperative.
Oh, don't talk. I've got crap about that game from the other guy on the show, so this will be interesting.
Because we were supposed to play it before the year ended. Because
you guys haven't played it.
I know.
No.
Okay.
Just never got around to it. I know.
We bought it.
I thought you guys hated it or something. I was like, oh my god.
No. We bought it close to launch or at launch. Or John bought it at launch. I bought it like a week after launch, and we were supposed to play it, but we never got around to playing it. And I've been harping on him for the whole year.
Yes. We did a way out this year, and that was the catalyst for both of us going like, "Oh, we need to play the next game."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, A Way Out's also pretty good, but It Takes Two blows it out of the water. Like that's just the amount of gameplay variety and what is ostensibly a 3D platformer, but they change it up like constantly. You're never doing the same thing for more than an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before they do something completely wild and different. And it's just an incredibly fun game to play. I don't think the narrative payoffs are like worth it or anything. Don't play this game for the story, but it's an incredibly fun game just to play. Like it just feels great. It's the best feeling game of the year, I think.
I mean, we didn't necessarily play A Way Out for its story. We just played it to... Well, the A Way Out has an interesting story, but we mainly just played it to have a good laugh, have a good time between buddies, and it was good. So that's why...
Get the platinums.
Get the platinums, and ulterior motives. But
are you telling me you two gentlemen didn't want to sit and talk about divorce? That's not why you picked up this game?
Well, I've never been divorced, and I've never been married, so... maybe this game... Maybe this game will tell me don't do it, or maybe
It'll convince you to get a divorce from your wife.
my not wife, or my not existing wife. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, I have heard a lot of good things, and that is like one of the games that we didn't one of the games we left behind. One of the games that that we didn't get to play that I really wanted to. But yeah, John, what else do you have there on your list?
Okay, let's. I have two indie games, but I will talk about this one first because the next one's probably going to take a little bit. XO1, another game that really surprised me because it literally came out of nowhere.
Okay, I need you to explain to me that game. I think that I interrupted.
Did you play XO1 Tactical?
Oh yes, I played the first hour or so.
Okay, I beat it. It's Journey in Space. That's the easiest way to talk about that game.
Okay.
You control basically. There is a story. It's like It Takes Two. Don't play the game for the story because I literally have no idea what happened. You play as a little. It's supposed to be like a experimental spaceship that was the design. The instructions to build it were delivered by an alien message. I don't know, but it's a ball. Basically, you play as a ball that roll. You just roll through the level. It's Oh, what's the name of that game? It's Race the Sun meets Journey. Basically, it's you start at one end, you roll, jump, glide, fly through the levels until you get to the. It looks like a mass relay from Mass Effect, but it's like jammed into a planet. So you get to that, and you hit it, and you fly to the next level, basically. It's got some light environmental puzzles. It's got one level that is you're on asteroids orbiting a sun, and so the only way to get to the next asteroid is to figure out how to gravity slingshot around the asteroids. That level took me a bit. It was a bit rough, or not rough, but it took a little bit to get the hang of. It's just it's a gorgeous game. I played it on Series S. It did have quite a bit of screen tearing issues on Series S. I don't know why, but it's a gorgeous game. The music is incredible. It's a relaxing game. It's basically just play it at night, put your headphones in, turn all the lights off, and just experience it. But yeah, it was a surprising game. I beat it in 3 hours. It's not very long. Probably a decently easy. I don't know if it's on PlayStation or not. I would say it's a fairly easy platinum. It's just basically challenges around the different planets. But
I just saw the trailer, and I think that I just saw Xbox and PC.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I know it's on Steam. I'm probably going to download it on computer one of these days and just see if that fixes this, because the screen tearing issue I had on Series S was a bit of a distraction, I will admit. But yeah, I really enjoyed my 3 hours with it. It's just like I said, it's Journey meets Race to the Sun, but you're in space. Yeah, it's a cool game. There's some upgrades you grab going through the planets. It's just a cool little 3 hour thing to sit down and play.
Huh. Okay.
Really relaxing.
Yeah, it's a cool visual experience. If they just release this game as a screensaver for your computer, I'd be super into that.
Yes, I will agree with that.
Okay, interesting.
Huh. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was basically I sat down at my Xbox one day and was looking through Game Pass like, XO1, and I think I saw somebody in the group talk about it, and I was like, 100 meg. Screw it, I'll download it. I'm not doing anything. So I downloaded it and sat there and beat it in one setting, and had a lot of fun with it.
Interesting. XO1. And I checked, and no, it says it's only available on Xbox and PC.
Okay.
From the official website.
It is, yes, it is on Game Pass.
Yes.
It's another Game Pass game.
Yeah. Game Pass. It has games.
Yes.
What was the other game that you were going to mention, John?
Axiom Verge 2.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, the one I think you've probably been waiting for because you want to hear what the heck I have to say about it. Because, oh my god, the game's weird.
I have heard so many conflicting... well, not conflicting, a lot of negativity around this one.
I'm interested to see what you have to say about what I have to say about Axiom Verge 2. Oh boy, it has no guns. You play Axiom Verge 1, which is a very gun-centric game. Axiom Verge 2 has no guns whatsoever. The only ranged weapon you get is a boomerang. But it's all melee based. It's
which for you is like a like a goddamn.
Okay, I will. Death sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I get ready to say what I'm going to say about the game, I really enjoyed this game.
Okay.
I think it's not as good as like I played Metroid Dread before. Like I beat Metroid Dread the night before I started Axiom Verge 2, so that's going from one to the other. But at the end of Axiom Verge 2, I was like, I really enjoyed this. It's not as good as Axiom Verge 1 by any stretch of the imagination, but so you have melee weapons. You have in the first Axiom Verge. Do you remember if you had an ability to turn into like a little robot?
No, I don't think so. I think that you were always
okay.
The guy.
Okay. So in 2 you can transform into a little robot and basically jump through a portal to like it's a mini level where you're only this little robot running around.
Real quick.
And those levels
Axiom
are
Verge
very
1, you did have a little robot. You just didn't turn into it. You threw it out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Those little robot levels are very reminiscent of the first game. The style, it's a gorgeous game. There were like Tactical said about XO1, there were some of the backgrounds that I was looking. I was like, I want that as a screensaver, really bad. That looks really cool. But the weirdest thing about the game, I fought the first 2 bosses and didn't know they were bosses. This game doesn't really have bosses.
Really? Okay.
It does, but it doesn't. So, Metroid or Axiom Verge 1, when you run into a boss, what do you expect? You expect like either a cutscene or some grand like, oh, we're going up against the boss. I killed the first 2 bosses and never realized they were bosses until the trophies popped.
Yeah. Also, typically in a Metroid style game, they are in the way of something, whereas it was even in their marketing push, like the no boss is actually blocking anything. You kill them for like extra power-ups, but they're not blocking your way forward.
Oh, okay.
The third boss I ran around. I never fought the third boss. I just never needed to. And the bosses are I think I beat every single one of them in under 60 seconds.
Damn.
It's just run in there and just start swinging and they'll die. They're not hard. You can target like separate parts of them. So like I would run in, I would hit their strongest weapon and then just go for the body, and at about 5 or 6 swings they were dead. Even the final boss of the game, you don't fight it. You don't have to fight it. Fighting it does nothing. You go through, you push these 4 buttons, a cutscene happens, you run out of the level, and you end the game. You don't actually fight the final boss of the game. It's just a weird. Going from the first game to this one, it just feels like such a strange change in. And I will give him credit, like doing a change like this takes guts, and I think for the most part it worked. Because again, I left the game going like, one, I really enjoyed my time with it. There were a couple of annoyances that I will talk about in a second. One of them that made me really mad. But when I got done with the game, I was sitting there like, I would really like to see a sequel following this character, because it's not the character from the first game. I would like to see this story continue, because I'm actually kind of interested in what happened. But the main annoyance I had, and I think Tactical, you will know what I'm talking about, I hope. The remote control boomerang. Did you get stuck on that?
It doesn't immediately stick out in my mind that I remember.
Okay, do you remember the bridge level where you have to throw the boomerang through the trap to hit the button to turn the door field off?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's close to the end of the game. So you have boomerangs as weapons. You pick up a few of them through the game, and so I'm running through the game, picked up a boomerang. I looked at the stats. I was like, oh, well, those are the worse stats than the one that I already have, and I didn't think about it again. Went through the game and got to a point where I was stuck. I spent probably an hour and a half running around trying to figure out where the heck I was supposed to go. And eventually I pulled the map up. So like, okay, am I missing an item somewhere? And what the heck is happening? And so I see a thing on the map that said remote control boomerang. And I'm sitting there going like, wait, remote control boomerang? I've been through that. I pop open my all my you switch weapons almost like you would in a Souls game. There's no set weapon. It's just you pick up new weapons, you equip them, you go on. There's no weapon upgrade in a like getting the wave beam in Dread or something where it replaces. You don't get that. So I started looking in all my weapons, and no remote control boomerang. What the heck is this stupid boomerang? It's in my items. You pick up a boomerang that all the other ones are weapons. This one's an item. I spent an hour because I didn't think to look for the weapon in my items. I ran back there, threw the boomerang, and I was through the thing that had stopped me for an hour and a half, because I didn't think that a boomerang with all the other boomerangs was not with all my other boomerangs.
Damn.
That was an annoyance, and then Lion, you should really play the game. I'm very interested.
I will.
Think about it. But yeah. At the end of the game, I really enjoyed it. It's just a strange departure from what he did before. But the music and the backgrounds, the graphics, they're all great. I don't hate the game. I don't even think it's bad. I think it's a really good game that I honestly wouldn't mind playing again one day. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on my honorable mentions list. I liked it a lot as well. It's definitely not as good as the first game, but it's also a lot more bold and interesting than the first game. And I feel like the first game, it came out in 2015. Metroidvanias hadn't made their like big prominent return that they have since then. Like now it's one of the biggest genres in the indie space, especially. So I feel like they had to do something very different to stand out, and it didn't quite work for everybody. I know a lot of people have problems with the map, like it's not really explicit about exactly where you need to go. It'll like put a blip on your map. This is where you want to be, but it's not clear what path you're supposed to take. Personally, I like that. I like getting lost in a Metroid style game, having to explore a lot. But I know for a lot of people that was an annoyance. And the fact that Metroid Dread came out so shortly after it kind of ate its lunch a little bit.
Yeah.
But I still enjoyed it. And it feels very different.
And that's why I played it directly after Dread 2.
Hmm. Okay.
So, yeah, it's a good time. But it's just a strange departure. I don't know how else to say it. And one of the other, I don't know how you would ever figure this out. Did you find the cheat codes in the levels? Tactical?
No, I did not.
So if you're you could run around like an area transition. Do you remember the where you get to the edge of the map and it's like the ocean, and she goes like, "Well, I could just walk across the bottom of the ocean to get to the other side, but I'm not going to do that."
Yep, I remember that.
It was on the yeah. So in that area, if you input a D-pad cheat code, it opens up a hidden room in that area, and they are scattered throughout the game. I didn't figure that out until I saw. I didn't figure it out until I saw the code on the map. I was looking. I was like, "The heck!" And there's a number of them through the game. I don't know how you're ever supposed to figure them out, but I thought that was kind of cool. Of like, there's hidden cheat code access areas in the game all around. Most of the ones I found just had health or level ups, but that was another a weird thing for the game. It's just a weird game.
Sounds about right. Certainly, the first game is a weird game.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to start bundling up at least two games, kind of, and talk about them in quick succession. One of them is the game that I haven't finished, which is Halo Infinite. For someone who has only played Halo Reach, or beat Halo Reach, and played the beginning of Halo 1, I kind of have... I'm following the story. Some of the things I don't understand what's happening, or what the hell they are, but, I try to follow it as best I can. I like Halo Infinite. I really like Halo Infinite. But I'm kind of tired of the open world. I wish that it were linear again. Like, I know that the big thing with this game was that it was supposed to be open world and, bold new direction or whatever, yada, yada, yada. The story's fine. I don't mind the story. I know that some people have talked about the story of 4 and 5 and how it's not as good as the other ones, or that 5, some people have never finished 5 because of the story or what happens or whatever. This one's, as someone who has not played those, I can say this story is fine. It's fine. It's obviously Reach has a much better story, but this story's fine. Okay, so any of my complaints are not story based, especially as an outsider who has not played all these games. It's fine. The combat is a lot of fun. I really like the combat. It's so smooth, so fast paced. If you know me, you know that my favorite FPS of all time is Titanfall 2, and that game is fast. That game is smooth, buttery, and I love that game a lot. And this game is very fast as well. I specifically really like the hookshot. The hookshot is so good in this. So much so that it makes me forget that there is a hookshot in Doom Eternal. Because that one pales in comparison to this hookshot.
I try to forget everything about Doom Eternal.
I know, John. I know. Halo Infinite is much better than Doom Eternal. Even though I like Doom Eternal.
Oh, thank God.
I like Doom Eternal, but I like Halo Infinite way more than Doom Eternal. And yeah, it's a very good game. It's a great game. Game of the year? No. No. I don't know what. I know what a lot of people in the industry are smoking, and it's that Halo weed. for giving it the Game of the Year award. Like, I understand it's a good game, borderline great game, but Gotti, I don't know. I have nothing. I have enjoyed it. I really like it. Master Chief is just keeps being the badass that he is. I really like him a lot. But again, I just wish that I've been stopping, and it's not just because I'm doing what John said, the whole modding thing that I've been obsessed with recently, but I just it started off good because when you first get to the open world, I'm like, oh shit, this is nice, and going here and taking over this base or this FOB and getting this power up or the Spartan core or whatever. It's all real nice, and then I keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and I'm like kind of ready to just move on. I don't. Some open worlds are great, like, and you like traversing them, and the hookshot is good for traversing. The problem is that this open world isn't that diverse either. Like, everywhere you look, it's the same, same terrain, the same.
All the second level of Halo, that aesthetic.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and you know, like, it's fine, but it could be better. It could definitely be better. Have you played and finished it, or just played it tactical?
Yeah, I finished the campaign. But real quick, I want to say I adore the multiplayer of this game. I still play a lot of that, and it's super fun. Like some of the best first-person shooter multiplayer I played in a while, probably since like Overwatch. Probably my favorite since that. Or well, was Titanfall 2 post Overwatch? I don't know. Titanfall 2 is probably the best first-person shooter period.
Yes.
But
2017 was Titanfall 2.
I want to say Overwatch was 16, so yeah, Titanfall
Yeah.
2 was
Overwatch was
2016, and Titanfall 2 was 2017, I think.
Okay, so probably the best since Titanfall 2 in terms of multiplayer. But like, yeah, the single player, honestly, like I did not like much at all. Like the open world is like, it's like one of the most generic open world. It's like developers first open world. It's like we stuff a bunch of things on the map and you go do them. There's like barely any progression in the single player campaign. You find Spartan cores. The only thing worth finding on the map is Spartan cores that give you upgrade points for a very simple and basic upgrade tree. Everything else is like giving you experience that makes it where your forward operating bases can make more things for you. But that's only useful if you want to then take those things and then go do more stuff in the open world that you don't really need to do to get more stuff for your forward operating bases. And it didn't appeal to me. I ended up like I did maybe 3 or 4 hours in the open world before I was like, I'm just gonna go to the story missions.
I did most of the stuff, and I think that's why I ended up like, yeah, going from a high to not really, man. Like, and also talking about the Spartan cores thing, I never changed from the hookshot. I just don't find the need of using the dash thing or the enemy locator. Like, enemy locator, they're gonna shoot at me. I know that's where they're probably gonna be. Like, there's no actual stealth element. There are stealth enemies, but you can kind of see them anyways, especially because they don't stay quiet. Like, a lot of these enemies also don't shut up, so you can know where the hell they are depending on where they're talking from. But yeah, the aside from the hookshot, everything else about powering up. Oh, and I guess that giving you more shields, because that's the only other good one. But the other tree of the portable shield, you would think that would be useful, but I never use it. I just prefer to just have the hookshot always on, because that's the thing that you need to, like, in order to use those other abilities, you need to swap them from the hookshot. So I've mostly just keep the hookshot on, and you just see me zipping around the level or around the enemies and just keep shooting at them from other angles instead of just staying static in a single place. Like, it's much more fun like that too.
Yeah, I think they would have got a lot more out of the game and out of like those various things. First of all, if they had put the repulsor from multiplayer as one of the things you get that pushes enemies away from you and things away from you. You can push enemies off cliffs and stuff. Super fun. I think that would have been more useful than like the dash, which your grappling shot already does.
Exactly.
But also, some like more creative controller mapping. If they could have found a way to get all those things on the controller at one time without having to swap between them, it would have been really good.
Yeah, I thought this the exact same thing too. I was like, you know, the dash could just have been like a hard tap circle button or something. Like, I don't know. One of the buttons could have done the dash instead of having to swap to it.
Yeah, I agree.
But and yeah, the multiplayer from the small portion that I played was fun. I've never actually like played Halo multiplayer. This was my first Halo multiplayer too, so it was fun for the couple matches that I did. So I understand why a lot of people really like the game, just not necessarily why it's, you know. Anyways, so since I'm going back to back, let's go back to another Xbox game, because now I'm no longer a PlayStation guy. Now I'm also playing some Xbox game. Forza Horizon 5. I played Forza Horizon 4 2 years ago, and I was blown away by that game. Just absolutely, as someone who I like racing games that are either kart racers or what's the name of these arcade racers, like your Burnouts, your Need for Speeds, and now this Forza Horizon. Like the Forza Horizon 4 was such a great experience for me. When I played that game, I was like, damn, this is probably like my favorite racing game of all time now, because I just had a blast with that game, just running around the map. There was a lot to do, a lot of races. The environments were different. The changing of the seasons made the environments different. A lot, different times, you know. So I was really enamored by that game. Forza Horizon 5 is also a good game, but I don't think I like it as much as Forza 4. I do love the setting of Mexico, because a lot of the structures and a lot of the places do kind of seem familiar to me as someone who lives in Puerto Rico. There's a lot of structures and a lot of buildings that I'm like, that looks like something that would be here. Like the setting definitely appeals to me a little bit more than say in Australia, which was Forza Horizon 4, right? That's,
I believe it was Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't have winters here. We just have eternal summer all year long. It's just lesser degrees of heat, I guess. But I have a problem with Forza Horizon 5, and it's in its progression. I did not particularly like how you progressed in this game. So neither of you played the game, or did you, Tactical?
Played quite a bit. I didn't roll credits, but I played through probably about half of the whatever main story events or whatever you want to call them.
There's no credits in any of these games. You'll never see credits. I just count it as done once I'm done with the showcases. That's when I say I beat the game. Even if there's like a billion other races. I did not particularly like this progression system of, like, yeah, I you get points to like unlock like expeditions and showcases and all that stuff. And that would have been fine if it just restricted it to doing like one set of things, instead of giving you the ability to, oh, you can unlock this showcase, but you can also unlock this one after that one, which is for a totally different place in the map or whatever. Like, it just, there's, at one point, there so many races appear that I just didn't have the need to do any of them, or at least maybe only do one, get the score to progress further, and just don't bother with the other races. I don't know how they could have done this better. I think that maybe like gating off sections of the map, maybe that would have like helped. Like, you know how there's some of my favorite stuff in the game is doing the expeditions of like, oh, we're gonna set up a base here, so we're gonna survey the area with the car. I especially like the jungle one where you go to this old temple and you end up like running away from or running through a hurricane or a storm or whatever. I really like that mission. The problem is that most of the missions that I really liked were the initial missions for all these expeditions. The showcases were fine. They're just like long ass races. But they didn't. They were just like you going against other people. I particularly just like the whole setting up the base of each area. Those missions seem like much much better missions to be doing than just a long ass race. And also, I feel like the game didn't have that good of showcases either, as compared to Forza Horizon 4, where you played rode the Warthog and recreated the battle of Halo 1, where you see the pelicans and all that flying overhead. I think that it was in 4 too that you had to race this. What? Yeah, there's a mission like that in Forza Horizon 4. I think that there was one mission in 4 that was like a huge hovercraft. I think that it was in 4. Might have been in 4. I don't think it was in this one. This one, it was like a float that you had to drive. But in 4, I think that you had to race like this big, huge ass hovercraft downhill and try to beat it. Like here, you had the train, but it didn't have like the same feel either. Like.
Yeah, I mean, we already raced the train in 4 too, so it's not like the new thing.
Yeah, like I liked the game, I really do, and it's super beautiful if you can get it to look beautiful at times, because if you have lower settings, it's still good looking, but not that good. But I don't know, I still preferred like Forza 4 personally.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. My big thing with Forza Horizon 5 is like, unless you're a person who is crazy and you did all the races in Forza Horizon 4 somehow, like I don't see why you would play this one over just playing more Forza Horizon 4. They're just so similar. Outside of those showcases being brand new things, you know, all the generic like normal races, it doesn't feel any different than driving a normal race in Forza Horizon 4. And like you said, the showcases are like fine. They're not as good as 4's, but I mean, if you just want more races to do, like there's a lot of that here, and it feels really good to do.
Like, initial impressions that I got when I saw the trailers for the game were, oh, it just looks like more Forza 4, which is fine, but it's not like a big leap like there has been with other Forza games. Like from 2 to 3, or even from 3 to 4, which I haven't played, but I have seen those games. So, like, yeah, this game is. You can see that it's a little bit more beautiful than Forza Horizon 4, but it's just that. For the next one, and I kind of want to say that it's because they're still doing it for last gen and not just this gen. Like that's what's holding them back from actually like doing a better Forza. Like, so I'm hoping that 6 will be much better. Like, I don't know if I haven't seen like anyone else like complain about it. I've seen a lot of people be very positive about it, but not necessarily like say, especially the progression thing that I mentioned. I don't think that I've heard anyone else mention it. It's just something that stuck out to me. Like I wish that there was that you didn't give me, like, I love the freedom, but sometimes there's too much freedom. And I just wish that you would gate off some races that, you know, if until you do these, you can't do these, instead of like opening up everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, my biggest problem with the game is that the online, if you want to play this game with friends, is incredibly bad. You have to so you join your friend's convoy or whatever, but then your friend is the only one that can start a race. Whoever is leading the convoy, not anybody can just start a race and everybody jump in. And then even once your friend does start a race, it doesn't automatically put you in there, even though you're in your convoy. You have to click a button that pops up very small at the top of your screen, otherwise it kicks you out of the convoy completely, and you have to rejoin them after they finish their race. It's broken and bad. Like there's way better ways to integrate that system.
I should also stress that I played it. I had it pre-downloaded, so I played it since it dropped in November 11th. There were a lot of technical problems with the game. Even me with a brand new RTX 3060, I was having a lot of issues with the game, just either crashing, either you know, if you ran a car especially at the beginning of the game, if you ran the car too fast, the car would just dead stop because the world was still loading. So yeah, they've been trying to
Oh my god.
yeah, they've been fixing the game as the weeks have gone by, but yeah, there were a lot of technical issues with that game, at least on PC. I've heard that on Xbox it works flawlessly, but on PC there has been a lot of issues. But yeah, next, who wants to go next? We're already over the 2 hours.
All right, let's talk as quickly as possible about Resident Evil Village. I absolutely adore this game. If you,
Okay, we're
you
good.
two,
Yep.
you two are gonna talk about this.
yeah, I think outside of one section of this game, even if you don't like scary games, this is not too scary of a game. It's just like a really, really good action game, highly replayable, great progression systems, like on par with Resident Evil 4, better than Resident Evil 4. I like Resident Evil 4. I think Resident Evil 4 is very good, but I think this does Resident Evil 4 and does it a lot better. But you will get scared shitless in the second of the 4 sections of this game. It is like the scariest stuff in Resident Evil in that one section. But otherwise, it's very
one of
high action game.
One of the scarier things I have seen in a game.
Yeah,
Interesting. Huh.
It's great. Yeah, this game's incredible.
Horrifying.
Yeah, I beat this game like 5 times because I love it so much, like back to back. And then I did all the mercenary stuff, got SS and all that stuff. Super fun game. Incredible.
I think I was halfway through my 6th playthrough before I got off on something else.
Jesus H. Christ. So is it not that long of a game?
Oh.
Not on subsequent playthroughs.
On repeat playthroughs. Yes, yeah. I can beat it in about 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a trophy for beating it in under 3 hours, I believe it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have that. I believe I have that trophy. Yeah. I have not got the platinum for it yet. The mercenary stuff kind of scares the crap out of me, and with the village, the hardest was that
Village of Shadows difficulty.
Yes, that kind of scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, I will say outside of a very
Resident Evil 8.
Outside of a very late game section, Village of Shadows is not too bad once you have everything upgraded. Once you've done a few playthroughs and you're on New Game plus because they let you go to something I don't think any other Resident Evil has done. They let you take your stuff into the highest difficulty, your stuff already upgraded and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I played Village so much that I broke my DualSense controller because I was using the machine gun on subsequent playthroughs, and with the adaptive trigger, that trigger is just floppy now. It has no resistance to it at all. The adaptive trigger is completely broken on that. I mean,
Damn.
yeah, I walked through that game about 3 times with the machine guns before I got the most powerful Magnum. Now I have it completely maxed out and can basically one-shot everything but bosses. That game's it's stellar, and where it leaves the Resident Evil story, I am so excited to one, see what they do next, and 2, to see the new DLC that is apparently coming, because I have an idea of where that DLC is going to go, and I really want to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's a stellar game.
Okay, interesting. Maybe someday I'll get it on PC and mod it. Hey.
Oh, come on.
Yes, yes. I do want to finish Resident Evil 4. Not modded, John. Don't worry, because that game, there's not that many mods, and that game, from what I've played, it's not scary. So, eh.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, John? John Valjean.
I have. Okay, I'm assuming one of you is going to talk Metroid Dread, so I'm leaving that until one of you starts it. Guardians of the Galaxy, my second favorite game this year.
I was waiting for you to talk about that one.
It's up there with the first PS4 Spider-Man game in
Wow.
terms of story.
Okay.
The story is fantastic, and earlier I was talking about the trilogy of games that deal with mental health issues. And this is going to sound really freaking weird. Guardians of the Galaxy is my third game on that list.
Oh, this was the other one.
There are
wow.
a lot of yes. There's some parts of this game that dive into PTSD, loss of loved ones, self-hate, acceptance. It's a stellar game. I kind of think when it came out or was announced, everybody was like, "Oh, it's from the guys who did Avengers." Okay.
Yeah.
Even though I like
the reveal trailer
I like
was
Avengers. I was. Yeah.
Almost all of
I
the
like
marketing, I want to say, was
Avengers
bad.
was fine.
Yeah, Avengers is fine.
Yeah,
at least the campaign.
That state of play that we did, the one where they showed the first where you could fly the ship. That was the first one where I was like, "Oh, this looks like it could actually be something else." But it has retroactively made me hate everything about the Guardians in the MCU. I think they are garbage compared to how well every character is written in this game. They actually went comic book accurate with all the characters, which elevates them way higher than the MCU versions. There's a conversation. I was talking to someone today, and I was like, it's so weird to say this stuff about the game with a talking raccoon in a tree, but there is a conversation. It's a side conversation between Drax and Peter that I kind of had to pause the game and just have a little think on it. It was a really emotional conversation between those two characters that really hit hard about, like, they were talking about loss of loved ones and stuff about the afterlife, and it got really kind of philosophical for a little bit there. And Guardians is a stellar game. I might actually say I think I might like it a little better than PS4 Spider-Man.
Wow. Okay.
It's highly rated for me, and it still has the feelings of the goofy Guardians of the Galaxy in there. But yeah, there's and there is a character in the movies. I won't tell you who it is, but they have totally and completely ruined that character by making this game, because the character is actually a good character in the game, and they suck in the movies. Game's great. Game's, and it's we keep saying it. It's a fairly easy platinum.
Of course.
That's one that I just keep waiting for you to start playing it because I want to talk about it.
I will. Don't worry. I
that
have it.
That one's. Yeah. Oh yeah. What am I? And if we're bundling games,
Yeah.
Hold on,
Sure.
real quick.
Oh,
a game might be.
I played Guardians of the
go ahead.
Galaxy. It's on my honorable
Oh, yeah.
mentions.
Yeah.
I also like it a lot. It didn't ruin the movies for me or anything. I still love those movies as well. I'm curious what character you're talking about. Maybe you can message me
I
after.
like the movies. It's just, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's not quite at the level of PS4 Spider-Man for me, because the combat in PS4 Spider-Man is incredible, and here it's just like fine. It feels very Xbox 360 button mashy kind of combat. But
Yeah, that's the impression I
will
got
agree
from
about combat. Yeah.
from the trailers and all that, and that's why I think that's why me and a lot of other people just like didn't expect much from this game because of the combat trailers and all that. Like it looked like, oh, it's just
way better
your
than it looked.
yeah, that's what I've heard. Like in terms of the combat from the trailers, like it just looked like, oh, it's shooty McShoot and just like running around and shooting and all that. It didn't look that engaging, honestly, from the trailers. So, but I've heard a lot of good things from a lot of people. So, I'll be playing it soon, one of these days, maybe. There's a lot of games, dude. There's too many games. Hashtag too many games.
Oh, yeah.
Games need to stop. Stop the games.
just delay every game a year right now.
Jesus H. Christ.
Yes.
Oh.
Except for Elden Ring. Don't delay Elden Ring.
We'll talk about that soon enough. Hopefully, if we ever stop talking about the current games. Okay, John, what was the other game?
Yeah. Dark Pictures, House of Ashes. One game I finished last night. Well, I finished an ending last night. I normally kind of wouldn't count this as a finished game, but end of the year. It's the best game, easily the best of these games since Until Dawn. It goes places that I was not expecting, and I had a couple moments last night where I was like, are we really doing this? Oh my God, we're doing this. This is awesome. And I didn't see it coming. But yeah, it's low top 10s. But yeah, I especially with the Man of Medan was okay. Little Hope sucked. So they turned it around. They listened to the fans and went whole hog back into what made Until Dawn really good. I'm gonna, as soon as we get done, I am doing another playthrough. So it's probably going to be getting the platinum for it since it's fairly easy.
Of course.
It's really good. Oh, don't be saying of course to me, especially you.
I've taught you well, my apprentice. Tactical.
You want me to name another game? I didn't play House of Ashes.
Okay. Yeah,
Are you interested in playing? I played Man of Medan. I didn't play the second one or this one.
No, I saw like a playthrough, I think, of Man of Medan, and I wasn't that interested, honestly. I haven't even played Until Dawn, so maybe I have to play that first to see if I can get the juice.
Just don't worry about Little Hope. Little Hope basically never happened. That game is
I literally
House
never
of
hear
Ashes it. It takes a little bit to get going, but once it gets going, it gets going.
Okay. More games, Tactical.
Let's talk real quick about Death's Door, the game where you play as a little crow.
I knew that you had played that. I was like, I'm waiting for him. I know that he must have played it because I keep hearing a lot from that game from a lot of people.
Yeah, it's really good. Super tight combat. I love the you have a ranged attack and a melee attack, but your ranged attack only has at the start like 4 pips. And like you use those 4 range attacks, but then every melee strike you do gives you a range attack back. So it's constantly in and out of ranged and melee combat, which feels really good. It's a lot of like arenas. You know, we kind of talked in Kenna earlier. It didn't work for me there, where they're like cutting you off constantly from continuing until you kill all the enemies. But the combat here feels so good that it's fine that they're. It kind of feels Devil May Cry as well, where like you come into a room and it's like, oh, there's a bunch of enemies here, kill all of them. And then you can progress. But the combat feels super good. The boss fights are super creative and fun. The music in this game is unbelievable, way better than this game needs, frankly. But it's like these great like violin, string, and piano kind of compositions that are just like it could be classical music. It's freaking amazing. And yeah, I really like the aesthetic of being like just this crow that works for death. Like you work in the death's office and you're just like, I'm gonna go out and collect some souls. It's a very fun environment with some fun story twists along the way that kind of unpack as you go. But yeah, just an incredible action game. Like you'll know within the first hour of this game if you're gonna enjoy it, because they throw you a boss fight at you pretty quickly that will like get you used to all the game's fighting mechanics. And I think that's like the staple of this game, is whether or not you enjoy the fighting. Is that a what?
It's not like a roguelike or anything, is it?
No. It's more like a top-down Zelda.
Okay.
Bless. Thank you. Finally, we got one.
I'm looking at it on Steam now.
Yeah, it's on Steam. I have it wish listed on Steam and on PS5 too. Like, because I have heard from a couple days back to now, I've heard a lot of people like talking about that game. So yeah. Looking forward to
95% overwhelmingly on Steam.
Okay, nice. I think that I remember now. The completionist did a video on it, and I saw.
Oh, is this from the same developer that did Titan Souls?
Yes.
It is.
Oh, okay. Now you've got my attention.
Well,
Titan Souls was fun.
Hey, Tactical, give him 5 minutes. You'll hear him say, "I bought it." All right. So I'm gonna quickly bundle these two up. Persona 5 Strikers. Also on my top 10, basically because of technicality, because Persona 5. It's more Persona 5, except it's now a Muso, kind of, but without all the things that I don't like in Dynasty Warrior games, which is the whole capturing bases, losing those bases, reclaiming those bases, all of that stuff. No, it's basically Persona. It's just now an action RPG game instead of turn-based. I don't necessarily think that the story was as strong, and you know, there is a lot of the charm of those games of Persona 5 and Royale, of, you know, hanging out with your friends and all that stuff, maxing out confidence and all that, you know, there wasn't as much here. It wasn't as good, and that's what Persona 5, it's like a full package. You need to have, or the Persona games, I guess, I should say, they're a full package of like, oh, it's an RPG, but it's also like a daily sim, and mixed with the supernatural and all that stuff. That's why I love the Persona games, and this one's good. Like, Persona 5 Strikers is a good game. It's just it falls a little bit short when compared to something like Persona 5 Royale for me. But the combat was good. I really liked the combat. And I especially appreciated the fact that, you know, unlike a lot of Musos, I think that, what's the other one? Hyrule Warriors still has the capturing bases thing.
Yeah, Dragon Quest Warriors, those two games do not have the capture bases thing in most maps anyways. But it's also like, I don't think it's quite like Persona 5 Strikers either, though, because Persona 5 Strikers, you basically like run into enemies and then it starts a Muso battle, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any other that's quite like that.
Yeah, it's definitely, for a Muso game, it's definitely like one of a kind. Because it's still in its core like an RPG. It's just that now instead of being turn-based like the other Persona games, it's just now it's an action game. You know, you still do the stealth thing of like sneaking behind them and taking off their mask and all that to engage them in battle. So yeah, it's very. I don't want to say unique, but it's different from the other Musos that I've played, and it's my favorite Muso of like, you know, Dynasty Warriors in terms of like Dynasty Warriors and all that. But yeah, I really liked it. It's just it felt short from being as great as Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royale for me.
Yeah, it's in my notable games I should have played this year, but didn't make time for it, mostly because I still have not made time for Persona 5, because it's 150 hours long.
You're never going to beat that game. Even though I have platinum it 2 times. Also Persona Strikers. I have platinum that. I will say I think that Persona 5 Strikers is the hardest of the 3 to platinum, because there's some RNG that is you know. I think the easiest is Persona 5 Royale. I was what?
Raging in messages to me when you were trying to. You were raging in messages when you were trying to platinum that thing.
Yeah. There's a. It's not that it's super difficult. It's just that it is time consuming because of the RNG, and that is sometimes I hate that more than difficulty. Like if there's a lot of bad RNG in games, like example Hot Wheels Unleashed, fuck that game too. I also love that game, but hate that game. Yeah.
Ni no Kuni 2, I fell off of doing the platinum because of RNG shit at the end. It's real bad.
Yes, and I have the platinum, and I can. That game is easy to platinum up until you do that whole last door thing, or was it the 9th door or something like that? I know that it had to do with a door, and it had to do with a lot of RNG, and yeah, I absolutely just so frustrating. But also to bundle Persona 5 Strikers, this one, I think that both of you played this one though. Tales of Arise.
Hell yeah. What's on my top 10?
It's on your top 10? Okay.
Oh.
It's on my top 10. I really like this game a lot. This is the 3rd Tales of game that I've played. The other 2 have been Symphonia, which I think still kind of has my favorite story and set of characters, but I don't like playing that game. It's hard to go back to that game. Tales of Exilia, which has my man Jude, the best goddamn character for me to play as in any of these games, because he's just so fucking good. But the story wasn't, that it was good, but it wasn't as good as Symphonia. Tales of Arise it's really good. I really enjoyed the combat. I liked something that they did, and I know that maybe it can get a little bit repetitive for a lot of people, and it's that every encounter kind of feels like a big spectacle, like because you can do all these flashy moves or finishing combos. I especially loved doing like the ones with Dohalim, the special attacks with Dohalim, like, oh god damn it, what's the name? I forgot.
Making his staff long? Is that what you're talking about? Like his individual thing?
Mostly the ones, yeah, that one, or the one, was it with Alphen? With
him and Law did one that I really liked.
Is that the one that they do the cross? There's one that one.
No, that's
super.
That's Alphen and Dohalim.
Yeah.
Okay. The cross one I really like those super moves. Like a lot of them, they just, or I call them super moves. It's the partner moves, I should say. They are.
Yeah.
They really made every battle even if you just took like 1 second to beat an enemy, they just still made it like so flashy and so like doing the tornado one too. The fire tornado with Kisara thing. I think it was Kisara, right?
Yes.
You did the tornado.
Yeah.
It-
Kisara and Alphen, they both went up like together in the fire tornado.
Basically any move with Alphen, any move with Alphen or Dohalim, those were great.
Or Law.
Law
was
was.
the Law ones too.
I wanted to like playing as Law more, but for some reason I don't know. It didn't feel as tight and as good as Jude from Exilia for me, and I was a little bit disappointed. I just stuck mainly with Alphen all the time. Like he's the all-arounder.
Yeah.
He's the all-arounder. So
I played as Alphen and Kisara. Those were the only two that I ever took control of when I didn't have to.
for me,
Kisara was a lot of fun. I enjoyed her quite a bit.
For me,
I
it
played
was
as Alvin for about half the game, but then Law I played like the majority of the end of the game with.
I tried-
really like building his combos is really weird because most of his moves are multiple hits, so it kind of feels Dark Soulsy almost. And like once you set up a move, you need to know that you have the time to do that move, otherwise you're gonna get hit in the middle of it and ruin your combo.
Yeah,
but I really enjoyed it.
I think that's why I didn't like get like him that much because of the timing thing with the moves. Like at least with Alvin, like you can stack up hits. Like I'll like get to exorbitant amounts of hits if you're with Alvin. Like God damn, there's one trophy that's like, was it 120 hits or 200 hits? I forget.
100.
Yeah, like 100 or something. I know that when I first looked at it, when I was like,
without trying.
yeah, there's a point where you just stop trying to do it because you actually can get past that number very easily with Alphen. But I couldn't with Law. I think that Alphen and Dohalim were my go-to. Like aside from Alphen, Dohalim was my other go-to. I really liked playing as him. My least favorite was either Kisara, because her combat is so different from all the others. Like she doesn't have a dodge; she just has the shield to parry. So it was weird to me, like being this flexible, super fast character to go into being a tank that just has to block attacks in order to not take damage. Like that was weird to me. And also Xion, I don't know. She was ranged, and I kind of like prefer to just go close quarters combat on enemies. God, what's her? Renwell. Blah 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 magic.
I couldn't
Blah
think
blah
of her
blah
name either.
magic.
Renwell was my second favorite character in the game, but I hated playing as her.
I like playing as her. She was, once you got like a lot of like other different magic abilities, she was fine.
I think I usually really like playing as mages and tails games, but I think this one was so focused on like comboing, and it has the best feeling combos of the game, and it's really hard to combo as the mage. So there's definitely ways. I've seen people build insane combos on Renwell, but it's a lot more complex in ways that didn't resonate with me.
Yeah, I understand.
Did you get the platinum tattoo?
Yes, did everything. Some of that late game stuff is insane. I love it.
Yeah, all three of us have it then?
Yep, pretty much. In terms of the story, it was okay.
Second half, well,
a tad bit.
I liked a lot of the first half. I liked a lot of the second half.
A tad too predictable at times of what was going to happen, and I think that the thing that was most impactful was the red woman. I did not catch on to that at all.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even realize that she was there with the other lords. Like I noticed her in the last lord, but not in the other ones for some reason. Where I saw her standing there with Virgil. I forget his name. Edgy McEdgelord.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Uh,
second guy.
yeah.
Oh no,
No,
the last Lord.
yeah, the last Lord. So yeah, story was fine.
Oh.
Story was fine. Not bad, but maybe could have been better.
I love the
I'm a
story.
sucker for
I think the writing's a little too hokey
stories, so I'm
sometimes.
Yeah, that
But
too.
otherwise, it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
I like, even though I know a lot of people really hate the second half of the story because it goes in weird directions, jumps the shark a little bit, you might say, but I really like it.
I mean, it's a Tales game.
Volrom.
Volrom, yeah. It's a Tales game. You know that when you think that you're getting to the end, there's another part coming, baby. It's just getting started.
Okay, the separation between the first half and the second half, that was because I was kind of burning out just a little bit, and then when that second half start, I was like, oh, this is okay. I'm back. I'm in. This is what I love when games do this.
Yeah. And there's two Ayako songs on that soundtrack that are both incredible. Even if you don't play the game, you should listen to those.
Oh,
Is it a battle
the
theme?
music is fantastic.
No, it's the second intro song, and then a song that plays in the background of another moment later.
Oh.
Thank you. The second
You two love
song, best song of the
second
game.
intro. I like the first intro a lot.
I like the first intro a lot too. I like the second one more.
I do too, but I think the second one's way
Oh,
better.
I do have to mention, because I did mention this with Mythos. There is there's like two weird tracks in this game that I don't think that fit in the scenes at all. The first one is when you're fishing. That fucking music does not go with fishing. That sounds like a goddamn boss battle music, and for some reason it's in the fishing minigame.
I love it.
That does not go there. And the second one is when you go on the boat and you're chasing the bigger boat. And there's this like whimsical music when there should be like a tense or at least actiony music. Like, I don't know. Those two tracks, I think that they should have swapped them.
Yeah, the boat music was definitely weird. Like, it did not fit. Yeah, I agree with that one.
Okay, thank you. I thought at least I know that other people can acknowledge that too. Okay. Anything else that you guys have before we talk about the dread in the room? I mean, the elephant in the room.
Yes, let's talk about let's talk about Bravely Default 2.
Go ahead.
I really like that game. I really like that whole series. But this game nails the combat and like the mechanics even more so than the last two. Has the best job system in any like RPG, and I played a lot of RPGs with job systems. Admittedly, not all of them. Maybe there's better out there, but it's incredible the way you can mix and match jobs in this game to just completely bust it wide open and like become ridiculously broken. I played 89 hours of this game, and like 20 of that was just I've already done everything in the game, and I'm just playing with party combinations and taking on the last super boss to see how fast I can beat him with this broken crap I'm making. It's very, very cool. The story doesn't hit as hard as Bravely Second or Bravely Default, in my opinion, but it's fine. You know, it's a JRPG story. It's good enough. But those mechanics are amazing, and the individual stories of like each city you go to are also really good, even if the overarching story's just mediocre.
Okay, you saying that sounds like that's a problem with this studio, because Octopath Traveler was like that. It had like all these disjointed
Exactly what I was thinking.
character stories that never really paid off to of them like coming together or anything, and that was like probably my biggest disappointment with that game. I admittedly I've tried playing the Bravely games and never really could get into them. I love Octopath though. I think that I like the simplicity of that battle system. But I just the stories didn't make sense in that game. So it's starting to sound like maybe it's a problem with this studio that they just cannot bring everything together with the story of characters.
Yeah, I'll say I only made it like halfway through Octopath Traveler because I got tired of the story never going anywhere seemingly because it is all those character story. This story actually, it is a story with a straight through line that eventually goes somewhere. It's just not amazing or anything. It at least makes sense and it has a finality to its ending that makes sense and everything.
Okay. Interesting.
That one's on my list of one that I definitely want to check out.
Yeah, it is. It's my most played Switch game and the second best Switch game of the year, I think. Another one I want to talk about real quick is Everhood. A lot of people haven't heard of this game. It came out on PC early this year.
No idea. Everhood?
Everhood, like Robin Hood, but Everhood. It's very Undertale inspired in terms of the way it tells the story.
I can definitely see the Undertale in this trailer.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, but the gameplay is so freaking good. Like, I've got a playlist of just songs from this year that are really good, and like 30 of the 130 songs I have on there right now are from this game because it is a music game, a rhythm game at its core.
I'm looking
where
at
you
it
are,
right now.
you're like a little guy. You're basically, it's a Guitar Hero track, but instead of playing the notes when they hit the end of the track, you're controlling a little guy at the end of the track, and you're dodging them and jumping over them as the song is playing, and it's just super fun with a really great soundtrack, and the story goes to some really interesting and crazy places. If you played Undertale, you know kind of what to expect. Not that it follows the same trajectory, but just in terms of like undercutting your expectations. Yeah, super good game that I recommend people check out. I think it's still only on PC right now, I want to say. That's where I played it.
Oh, interesting. I had not heard anything about this game.
I hadn't either.
Oh, okay. Oh, it says available now on Nintendo Switch and PC.
Ooh, awesome.
Okay, so Everhood. Interesting. I would probably suck at it, so I'll leave it to you. John, anything else before we?
Let me see. Yeah. So I know I griped about it earlier, but it's not technically the game, but it's the DLC. Doom Eternal Ancient Gods Part 2.
Oh.
That DLC is fantastic. It's the only part of that game that I like.
Jesus H. Christ.
It's the only part of that game I think that works. I adored playing through that DLC. It was so much fun. It was actually balanced right. It didn't throw 5 million enemies at you every time you went around a corner. It's an honorable mention for sure. I think that DLC is stellar for a game that I kind of despise. And I love Doom Set 2016, so that's saying something. I did not like Eternal at all.
Yeah, you've made it abundantly clear.
But I think that's pretty much it for me.
Okay.
Outside of Dread.
Yeah. We'll leave Dread for last.
I've definitely still got Dread on my list. I've got like the 5 honorable mentions that I said earlier. If you want me to throw them out, I know we are running very long though, so if not, that's fine too.
I'm gonna talk about one last game that I haven't mentioned, and then I'll let you talk about those honorable mentions. Super Mario 3D World: Bowser's Fury is also on my top 10.
That was one of my 5 right there.
Well, now it's 4. No, Bowser's Fury was such a delightful, how do I say this? Like, bite-sized Mario game. Like, I'm not a big Mario fan. Like, I didn't grow up with the N64 or the GameCube or Wii or any of that. I've come to appreciate Mario now that I'm an adult. Now that I have a Switch. My favorite Mario is Odyssey, like Super Mario Odyssey. I love how open world that game is. How it takes all the stuff from past games, but makes it better because these are such big environments that it doesn't make sense for you to grab a moon and throw you outside of that level. No, you stay in the level and you keep collecting. You keep gathering stuff. I love the hat mechanic and all that. Bowser's Fury is it's not better only because it's short. Like, if it were longer, but it's because this game feels like a prototype for what they want to do for a next major Mario game. Like, if it were a little bit longer, or not a little bit longer, a lot longer, and it were an actual full game, it maybe could go toe-to-toe with Odyssey. As it stands, it's right below it, but it was such a... Oh, I loved it. I loved playing it. Like, for the majority of the year, it was in the top 3 for me. I didn't play it when it initially came out. I got 3D World and Bowser's Fury, I want to say like in April or around that time. And I played 3D World, which I enjoyed playing as Peach. I really like playing as Peach. And then I immediately went into Bowser's Fury, and I just had such a grand time with that. Just the Bowser thing, I know that some people may complain that it gets a little bit tiring that he shows up and all that, but it wasn't that bad. I enjoyed it as it gives you ironically, it gives you this sense of dread every time he shows up. Especially the last time when you're about to collect like the last of the cat shines, and he doesn't go away. Like, he just stays there, and you need to like go to the big bell, and this is the final fight, because otherwise he's never gonna leave you alone. It's just it took the concept of Odyssey and made like this small I don't want to say Breath of the Wild. I want to say more like Wind Waker ish, because you're traveling through to these different little islands and stuff. It took like the concept of both of these games and blended them together, and I think it did a fantastic job with it. Again, only gripe is that it's short. You can get everything in like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
But
I think between
between
Bowser's Fury and the like really open level in Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, I'm really excited for open world 3D platformers that seem to be on the horizon.
Yes. It's yeah. Now that you mentioned that, I did forget to mention that open world in order. Most of the other levels in Ratchet and Clank are just straightforward and that, but there is that one level where it's just big and you explore, and that one was, if they do that for a lot of levels in the next Ratchet and Clank, it could be good. But yes,
It reminded me kind of the open world section in Uncharted 4 a little bit, because it's like more games are doing at least one open world area, kind of.
I think that's a good man, I'm conflicting right now, because we talked about Halo Infinite and how I didn't like that open world. But again, it is the fact.
It's hard
yeah,
to do.
it is the fact that you have to do a good open world. It's not just doing a open world. It's that you have to do an open world that's meaningful. That you explore it, and it has things to do, and it doesn't feel like a waste of time. You know.
Yeah, if you're studying Ubisoft's open worlds, you're probably not doing yourself favors. I love a lot of Ubisoft games, but they do the same open world almost every time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So yeah, don't. I think that, you know which one's a good one to take reference? The Yakuza games. I think that
Days Gone.
Or Days Gone too. But the Yakuza games, they're not big open worlds, but they are meaningful open worlds. Once you get to that open world, and you travel that whole city, you remember, oh, I need to go to that corner, which is where that place is, or where that guy is, and again, or for the most part, Marvel's Spider-Man. But that one's technically cheating, because that one is because of the swinging. I think that the swinging, just the traversal in that game, just makes that open world fun, and not make it be
I was playing it yesterday.
boring or not meaningful. But there are definitely good examples of open worlds that are not Ubisoft made. But Bowser's Fury, definitely looking forward to the next 3D Mario game if they take this snippet, this bite-sized snack into account, and just, which I'm sure that's where they're going to go. That's where they're headed. This was a prototype of them like testing the waters of, okay, this is where we're probably going to take Mario next, like a big open world, like a big open Mushroom Kingdom or something, where you just have to, the pipes are like fast travel, maybe. I don't know. I'm over here like brainstorming like of what they may or may not do, which we are already kind of maybe getting a little bit snippet with a game that I'm probably gonna talk about in the upcoming games of 2022, Kirby, The Last of Kirby, which is, hey, there he is, where that one's going open world, so I'm excited for that, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, Tactical, your...
All right. I'll rapid fire through these a little bit.
Rapid fire.
Unpacking is a really creative game, a really different kind of game. The way it tells a story without any dialogue at all, like no characters, no dialogue. You're just unpacking this character's life throughout a ton of different houses throughout her life, and yet you get a very cohesive story about this character's arc and what has happened to her and where she is by the end, and it's very touching and incredible, and something you can only do in a video game, which it's very rare to have. Like, this is a great story, and also you couldn't tell the story in any other medium because it just would not work the same way.
Kind of sounds a bit like Edith Finch a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a decent comparison. Just the unpacking itself being the only mechanic in this. Like, Edith Finch is kind of like a roller coaster of a bunch of different like mini stories. Whereas unpacking is just like the core mechanic of unpacking boxes.
Interesting.
And also it's just kind of cathartic because, you know, like unpacking is kind of fun when you take out all the like lugging heavy things around part. When you're just like, oh, I'm gonna organize my room and make it mine, and it's gonna be really nice. That part is fun, and you get that here without the lugging all the heavy things around part, and it's very nice.
Okay.
That's on Game Pass, right?
It is.
Okay. I'll check that out.
And then another one that tells a story in a very interesting and new way for video games is Before Your Eyes. You may have heard of this because a lot of people are really goo goo gaga over it. It's only on my honorable mentions because I had some technical issues with it, getting the camera to recognize me with my eyes. If you're watching the video version, you can see I've got screens like constantly blurring my eyes, so I'm sure that's what the problem was. But eventually I just had to take off my glasses in order to play the game, because what it does is it uses your webcam, and every time you blink, that's how you interact with the game. Like, you'll look at something with your mouse and then you'll blink on it to, I don't know, read a document or whatever. That's not really a good example. You rarely do that. But and then every once in a while during a scene, like a little pendulum pop up on the bottom of the screen. And if you blink while that pendulum is going, it will move on to the next scene. So it becomes kind of a challenge to like keep your eyes open as long as possible and not blink, because you're invested in these characters and you want to learn more about their story. But like literally that's kind of the point of the game, is your life flashes before your eyes, so you blink and you miss it. And it's really, really great the way that it integrates that into the story. And it is like, if you want to cry, you gotta play this game. I was bawling by the end of the fucking game. Like, it is one of the most emotional narratives in a game. If I didn't have the technical issues, it probably would be on my top 10.
I'm definitely seeing...
I definitely wanted to check out, but I don't have a webcam.
I'm definitely seeing a lot of YouTube video saying the saddest game I've ever played.
It's very sad. You can technically play it without a webcam, but I do think it loses some of its power.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
And then I want to shout this game out, Chicory. Even though gameplay-wise it was a bit of a letdown for me, I still think narratively it hits really hard.
Is that the painting game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I played it on CHICORY. And I played it on. I didn't play it on PC. What I played on PlayStation. So I had to use like the right control stick to control the painting, which is not optimal. Definitely recommend playing it on PC and using a mouse to control the paintbrush if you're okay with using WASD to move, which it's fine. It's fine. I know PC gamers, you love it. I know. But like for me, the gameplay never really hits. The puzzles never got like interesting enough, and the gosh, the painting the world thing is like cool in theory, but it means that the world always looks kind of ugly because all you've got is your paintbrush that you're, at least on PlayStation, not using very precisely and like stroking big colors all over the screen. It's just like, oh, that looks kind of dumb and bad, but I guess it's fine. I guess I made it, sure. But in terms of the narrative, it's got a narrative that's about like self-reflection, about meeting your idols, about how your idols are just people too, imposter syndrome, like some really incredibly strong themes from this game with a little dog that's named after your favorite food. Like the game starts by asking you what's your favorite food, and then it just names your character that. So my dog was named Burrito.
So my dog would be named Pizza. Okay.
Yep. I've heard a lot of pizza actually in like Game of the Year conversations. People just call the character Pizza because like that was the name of me. Yeah.
Kind of sounds a bit like Buddy Simulator.
I haven't heard of that.
I hope I'll send you a video of that.
It's from the same developer as Wonder Song, which is a game I like a lot, and it deals with some of the same themes, which I think is also why this didn't quite make my top 10, because Wonder Song already kind of dived into these themes a bit, did it, I think, better.
Oh, okay. I think I have this on my wish list on PlayStation, but if you say, oh boy, is it an easy platinum though, even with the covering?
Oh, it's a good question. I did not go for the platinum.
Oh,
so I don't know.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll make the.
Yeah, it's kind of like a top-down Zelda game in terms of like exploration and puzzles and stuff. But the main problem is that there's nothing you really want to look for. Like everything you find is a cosmetic, and your character only has 2 cosmetic slots to swap things on and off anyway. So it's just like, sure, I could do those puzzles and they're fine, but I'm not getting anything that I'm going to use or that's worthwhile. Whereas in a Zelda game, it's like, oh, I get a piece of a heart, or I get an arrow expansion or whatever,
Okay.
All right. Last game I want to talk about before we talk about Metroid Dread. This is now one of my top 10 games of all time. Technically released on Christmas last year, but it is Omori. This is Omori, yes, and it is coming to Switch this year. Probably coming to other consoles as well, though they haven't announced that officially. So you should definitely check it out when it comes there. I'm hoping this year it gets.
I think I've heard of it.
It is a game about depression. It is, but like. It balances the dark themes that it has about depression with like this very weird, whimsical, Earthbound style worlds with Earthbound style like turn-based combat as well. And it just blends those two really well in a way that kind of reminds me of Yakuza, the way it's really wacky but then really serious, and somehow those things don't fight with each other. They work together really well. Kind of reminds me of that, but the places the story goes and the ways that it comes out, it just really blew me away, and it's still gut-wrenching to think about the way it goes. So I highly recommend that everybody check it out when it comes to Switch, or check it out now on PC. I mean, it's great.
This looks good. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it says coming to the Switch spring 2022. For those of you who don't have a PC or don't have a good enough PC. I mean. I don't think that it's that much of a demanding game. I would.
It probably run on a toaster.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's like that graphically, heavy. Okay. So.
Oh yeah, this thing can run on a toaster. Wow.
So, we're gonna get to Metroid Dread. Before that, some other games that I played were Kasi and the Wild Masks. It's kind of Sonic-ish, I guess I want to say, except that it has like a little bit more combat to it. Like, but it's still mostly focusing on platforming. It was fine. I think that Tactical, you played like the demo of this, and it was like like the first two worlds of this game. Like it was a lot of stages.
Yeah, I played it and I enjoyed it quite a bit. It feels like kind of a cross between Sonic and Donkey Kong Country. But I know when it came out, like you weren't super hot on it, and I know you were more excited for it than me, so I just never ended up checking it out.
Yeah, it was fine. Like again, it's not a bad game, but I definitely like was looking forward to it a lot, and it was okay. It could have been a little bit better. I definitely did forget the Donkey Kong aspect of it. You do have to do a lot of it in some of the stages. It's okay. Donkey Kong Country, Sonic, and Rayman. Specifically like Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends. There's a lot of that in this game. It's just and I almost can't remember too much of it either. It was at the beginning of the year, so I'm like trying to remember from memory what was it that I didn't particularly like. It's just it didn't quite hit it for me. In terms of the game, I think that I had to do like two runs of the game to get the platinum too. Another kind of honorable / dishonorable mention is Hot Wheels Unleashed. I love this game because it's a good playing Hot Wheels game. I like playing it, but goddamn, did I hate going for that goddamn platinum in this game. Even with Surge ability helping me to get that platinum, there is so much grinding, and the time trials was probably the most frustrating thing in the game for me. The races, normal races weren't that bad, but the time trials, that was a pain in the ass, especially the last like 5 ones, which if you didn't do them, you couldn't beat the game. So I was stuck trying to do those time trials for a while. And also now it's worse because you could exploit the tracks. Like I did some insane stuff. Like, because I like how gravity worked in this game. Like, since these cars are toys, you could technically, if you weren't fast enough, you could technically fly with these cars of the tracks. And you could do some insane shit with certain cars and bypass most of the stages and get good times. They patched that because there is like checkpoints at certain parts of the tracks, and I think that they might have added like a lot more checkpoints so that people stop cheating and exploiting the game. So now it's even worse. So thank God that I did this shit before they patched this in. New Pokemon Snap. It was fun. You know what? I liked it, but I'm a little bit disappointed. Because they took away the evolution mechanic from the first game. Of like some Pokemon, if you threw a certain thing at them, or like the Charmander, or was it the Charmander or the Charmeleon? I think it was the Charmeleon in the volcano in the first game. You threw him into the lava and he evolved into a Charizard. They took away that, and you know, the game. I liked it. It was colorful, and I love Pokemon, so I really like taking these high quote unquote high definition pictures of these Pokemon and whatnot, like compared to the original new Pokemon Snap. But yeah, they took some mechanics that I think that they should have just left here. And yeah, and also it's there was a part where I got stuck. Like, I live streamed this game, and there was a part where I got fucking stuck for some reason. Like, I didn't get something that I was supposed to get, and I had to bypass it by doing something else completely, and I lost a one complete 3-hour stream because of that thing, and I don't remember what it was now, and I don't want to remember because I'm gonna punch this game in the face if it had
the progression in this game is really weird, having to replay the levels tons of times, and then like sometimes it's not even like you need to level up the stage thing. It's like you need to do this very specific thing with these shiny flowers or whatever. It's just like it's very goofy. Just let me play a stage and then unlock the next stage. I like the day and night thing, like play the day stage, unlock the night stage, and then play the night stage. But I didn't want to replay the levels like 100 times like I had to get all the stages unlocked.
Yeah. My Cat was a game that released this year.
That's one I was going to talk about. Again, I forgot about.
Which game?
Yeah.
What is this?
My Cat. The puzzle one, the free puzzle one that they gave on PS Plus, where you literally take a maquette and you move around objects there, and it was okay. It wasn't. I don't know. It looked cool.
I like a lot of the
yeah, from the trailers and all that. Some of the ideas I liked where it was. I thought it was going, but ultimately I didn't enjoy that much. Omno, it's
I enjoyed like sizing things up and down. That was cool.
that was cool. But aside from that, I didn't particularly feel like it was, Omno, that's a indie 3D platformer. That one was very like unpolished, unfinished, and all that. It was finished, but you can feel the indie in it. It's not like an extraordinary indie where you say, okay, that's a great game. It just felt subpar. Here's one. Oh boy, this one was a kind of a disappointment for me because I was really looking forward to it, considering how much I love A, Yacht Club games, and B, the Saboteur, Cyber Shadow. I did not. I mean, it was fine. I think it's like a 7 out of 10, but I was too excited for that game, and it ended up just not meeting my demands, I guess.
Yeah. I think I'm in the same camp of it being okay. I think I gave it like a 7.5 or something. Soundtrack kicks ass, though.
Yes.
I wish it was on Spotify. It's not.
Otherwise, you would have like 200 tracks at this point. And last of the mentions of games that I played, I don't know how you're gonna feel about this one, Tactical, but Chris Tales.
I hate that game.
Oh, okay. I thought that it was going to be the reverse. God, I had such high hopes for this game, and I really wanted to play it, and the time travel thing was neat in the demo. I really was looking forward to it, and yeah, no, the game, it was very disappointing for me. Right after that initial demo part, because the demo part is the first like town that you go into, and the demo ends there. So once you step off of that place, everything started to fall for me. One of my major gripes was because they apparently patched it so that Chris Bell learns heal earlier, and you don't have to be level 5, which you don't get to level 5 until a couple of battles later, where you have no means to actually regain health
Yeah.
because it's very limited in this game. The tents are hella expensive to get, and you couldn't. I think that you couldn't get back to the town, the initial town, once you got into those woods. So you couldn't go back to buy shit. If I remember correctly, I don't know if they patched that or not. I don't know. The point being that I was disappointed. Like, there's a lot of mechanics that I liked in the game, but ultimately it didn't pay off for me.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting game that needed a lot more time for polish. Like, you learn a lot of the characters' like best skills like around level 20, but you end the game around level 40, and you're still learning skills. It's just you keep learning skills that suck and should have come earlier because now they're useless because you got their best skill halfway through the game. It's just like seems like very much, this developer's first outing and they didn't have a QA team or something. I don't know. Also, I had a bug on Xbox that they patched later, but like for the first 2 weeks that the game was out, every time you got into a battle and every time you left a battle or every time you loaded into a town, the controller would not work anymore and I had to turn it off and back on. So it was like an extra probably hour or so of gameplay in the first 6 hours that I did in those first couple weeks. That was like just turning my controller on and off, which was awful. You can hear me talk a lot about that game, and we did a game club like exploration because we were over at the Splunkers. We were really excited about the game. We thought it looked really good, and then it turned out to be bad. It is like the most negative we have ever bet on in exploration.
Jesus.
And it's funny because I keep seeing it on like lists from people of like RPGs you might have missed this year and stuff, and it's like. I get it because I know a lot of game journalists play the first few hours of games to get an idea of what they are, and they don't finish them unless they review them. And the first few hours of that game is pretty good, but like I could not more strongly not recommend a game than Chris Tales. It's maybe the worst game I've ever forced myself to finish.
Yeah, it's sad, man, because I really wanted to like that game a lot, and I couldn't. Also, the first time that you fight the Empress, I think it was the first time. One of the times that I fought the Empress, that took me like almost an hour, because I don't remember. I had to do something to keep myself alive, and just constantly be doing that. And she would repair herself and all that shit. I learned how to fight her properly like the second time, but the first time that fucking fight was a fucking bitch, and I hated it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gimmick fight. There's something very specific you have to do, otherwise it's basically impossible.
Yeah. Also, because I have been negated from the platinum of that game, because you have to, if you do the salt mines quest, as in you help the guy in the university to reclaim the salt mines and repair it and whatnot, the monsters will disappear. There is one specific monster in that area, the salt mimic, that only appears in that area, and you need to capture it for the trophy that is the gotta catch 'em all trophy with the girl, with the hunter girl. And supposedly they patched it. And I've gone back to the game like 5 times after that patch, and enemies do not spawn in that area. So I don't know. I
remember the string of messages you sent me after you figured that out. You were very, very displeased.
Yes. So an extra fuck you to Chris Tales, which is again sad because I really wanted to like that game so much, and I just couldn't.
That was going to be on my games list of the year, but maybe not.
I don't recommend it.
I think it's on Game Pass. Just try it out.
I have it downloaded.
The first few hours, and that's it. That's it. That's all I can tell you.
If you get to a point where you start being frustrated with it, just quit because it doesn't get better.
Yeah, just quit. Play Bug Fables instead. Much better Paper Mario game than this. All right, but I think that's it. Thank you everybody for coming by. Bye. No. We still have one more game to talk about. There's a dread in the room.
Something dreadful is afoot.
Something dreadful is looming in the horizon. this was the other game that was tied to being the Gotti for me. Metroid Dread came out of nowhere. Because they announced it. How much time was it? Like 3-4 months before?
3 months?
Yeah, it was very quick.
It was quick.
They had it under wraps. They had it very close to the chest. I think that everybody was surprised by this. Metroid Dread was a rumor of a game that was supposed to come out more than a decade ago on the DS, and it never came out. It was supposed to be a sequel, a direct sequel to Fusion, and it never happened. So people were like, well, it's never happening. And then suddenly, one fateful day, on a Nintendo Direct, what is this? Metroid? Huh? Dread? Well, no, it said Metroid 5. It said Metroid 5, and then at the end it said Dread, and everybody lost their fucking minds. I guess that there was some concern with it being Mercury's theme again. I've talked about Metroid Samus Returns, and I've done a stream on Metroid Samus Returns, on how that game... right now, it's probably like my... out of the Metroid games that I've played, it's the lowest in my list of ones. I feel like it's too slow and it's too repetitive with going after all these Metroids and all that stuff. And also that machine boss is a fucking bitch every single time. I fucking hate it more than any other boss in the game. But it still holds a very special place in my heart because it was the game that kept me sane during the dark times that I had to go through when Hurricane Maria hit us in 2017. That was the one game that I was playing during the time of the blackout here for us, which was a month. So I have a soft spot for it, but I know that there were like concerns here and there. Mercury's theme, they did good with Samus Returns. It was a remake, so a lot of developers do remakes good. So to think,
and well, a lot of the problem with them is because they're the ones who did both the Lords of Shadow games, and most people hate those games. Most people think those games are bad.
I think people generally like the first one, but think the second one is abysmal.
Yeah, the second one is.
And also they did the mid-cool, which was Mirror of Fate.
Oh yeah, Mirror Fates. Okay. I'll say real quick, I really like Samus Returns. It's probably my second favorite Metroid game.
Oh, okay.
After Dread. Dread is definitely my favorite by a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Metroid Dread is definitely my favorite Metroid now. At least of the 2D ones. Well, I haven't played Metroid Prime 2 and 3. I like Prime 1 for the majority of it. I think that hunting those damn key things was off-putting for me. I played the game for the first time this year, so that's why it's still fresh in my mind. But Metroid Dread is definitely... It took a lot of the things that I loved about AM2R. Did you play AM2R, Tactical?
I have not.
I'm not. So AM2R is, another Metroid 2 remake, but it is the fastest, up until Metroid Dread, it was the fastest playing Metroid game. The movement in that game was super fast. One of the things that I think that they literally took from AM2R was that you could press a button to use the morph ball instead of like doing the double tap down. That accelerated exploration a lot. Honestly, that's why I say that Samus Returns is like bottom for me, and AM2R is closer to the top. It was my favorite. AM2R was my favorite Metroid until Metroid Dread. Um, so Metroid Dread just takes everything that Metroid has done over the years, all the good, and just makes it better. I love the movement, the fluid movement in this game. It is so satisfying to just be running around, sliding, or becoming a morph ball, just wall jumping constantly to evade capture or from the enemies, or traversing the map. It's just, it feels so good. Feels so natural and so good. Like, that is one of my favorite things in the game. It is the traversal. It is the movement, and the fact that it's 60 FPS for the gameplay, not the cutscenes. Not gonna say anything about that. But yeah.
Yeah,
Talk.
some of those late game Shine Spark puzzles are incredible. The like movement you have to do for them, very specific actions.
Jesus H.
Like it
Christ.
feels amazing to pull it off.
Yeah, they are fucking insane, dude. Like,
There's a couple of them I still haven't been able to figure out how
me
to do.
yeah, I've seen videos. I've tried doing them. I still can't get to do them.
I saw a video of a guy who he ran with the speed boost from it's the I think it's the level right kind of in the middle of the screen. I think it starts with an A. Anyway, he ran from one end of the level to the other end without ever losing the speed boost.
Damn.
Awesome.
I will say,
speed runs of this game. I know they're already out there.
There's already speed runs.
I pretty much only watch AGDQ and SGDQ, so I can't wait until it's at one of those.
Okay. I will say it was weird doing the speed boost in this game, because you have to actually press a button, or the L3, I guess. I don't know what the hell it's called in the Switch. I always forget. You press down the left analog stick,
and
that's how
DualSense, so you're no idea.
Okay, so the L3 to activate the booster, and then that's how the speed activates. It was a little bit weird getting used to, especially considering that I had played a few of the other Metroid games before that, like immediately before it. So it did take some getting used to, but yeah, man, I fucking love this game. It's hard as balls. It's not to say that it's easy, because it's not. I will say that I did a big gripe that I have with the game, even though I love it. The rocket mini bosses, the ones that at one point you fight two of them at the same time. Forget the name of those.
The night guys.
Yeah, but not the Lance one. It's the other one, the rocket ones.
Yeah. You in that big middle room. You run in, and two of them are there, and it takes you an hour to beat the stupid thing.
It took me a couple of tries until I used the multi-missile thing that you get before that.
Same.
Yeah. It took me a while to get to understand that. Oh, the game is trying to teach me that I have to use these to beat these suckers, because I was still trying to do the.
I think I fought them for an hour.
Yeah, I was still trying to do the single the single enemy tactic instead of like having to deal with both of them. So also I will say that the recurring mini bosses were kind of like my gripe of the game. Like, they reuse these enemies way too much, in my opinion. I think that once or twice it's okay, but once you start using them like 5 times, it's you're just throwing them to block my path, and that's.
The guys with the spears, I had a lot of fun fighting them. The guys with the rockets kind of sucked after a while. But
the spear guys,
I always enjoyed them.
Yeah, they were much better mini bosses. Still kind of overused, in my opinion, but
Yeah.
Um,
At least that they changed them up when they could spit that black
Mm.
crap at you and take
yes.
down three health tanks in one hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We barely talked about the Emmys, but like the fact that they pulled off the Emmys so well, putting stealth sections in a non-stealth game, and it works incredibly well and is really engaging and rewarding, and fighting the Emmys is like a cool little puzzle in and of itself when you get the super cannon arm thing. I love the Emmy encounters.
I like them, but fuck that yellow Emmy. That yellow Emmy can go to hell and never come back. That's the one
blue
that has.
that is underwater and
Oh, that one too.
go
There were
fire.
there was at least two. Yeah, the yellow one because of the speed, because he was fast as fuck. That one was a pain.
Yes.
And the one that you have to fight under, or not fight, but try to escape from underwater. Which, can we talk about the fact that is just the thing right after you escape him, and you finally get the gravity suit is probably like one of the greatest empowering moments in any of the games that we played. Like, when you get that gravity suit, you feel like, oh yeah, oh, I can take on the world now.
I remember what, as soon as I saw the gravity suit, I'm like, okay, now the game begins. And I was like 7 hours in.
Yes,
I was like,
exactly.
now
the game begins.
Now we're here. Yes.
The bosses for the most part were also really well done. I think that my least favorite boss was the tentacle machine one. I forget what. That one was.
Is it the one that stopped the lava flow? The one that when you would parry it and he would go running up around the machine and you just shot him in the face?
No, that's not the one. It's the one with that. He had like electricity barriers around him. It was like tentacles.
Oh, he would like fall down and it would open up and you would run in and shoot the big bulb thing.
Yeah, I think that was the one. That was probably my least favorite one because it was very very uneventful for me. But the other bosses, for the most part, they were solid. Just absolutely love Samus in this too. I know that a lot of people are criticizing why didn't she talk more, or why does she have to be stoic, and blah 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 blah. The same people that are probably praising Master Chief for being such a stoic goddamn hero, they criticizing Samus for the exact same thing. I think that it fit the character very well. She's just such a badass, and I love her. I absolutely loved her portrayal in this game, and everything that happens in this game. It's just
which boss was it when he's standing there and like roaring at her and she just stands there?
No, it's
charges up a shot and just blasts him in the mouth.
What's the first boss? The stealth. Or
not
she also did it. It was Kraid. It was Kraid.
Yeah. That's I was like, okay, this Samus is pretty good.
No, she doesn't do a shard shot. She fires a missile, I think, at his mouth, which that is also a very clever thing.
Yeah.
Because they're showing you, that's his weak spot in the cutscene.
Yeah.
They show you this is what you have to do. You have to shoot his mouth. Even though, if you've played other Metroid games, you know that that's where his weak point is. If you played any of the other Metroid games. But for newcomers, I guess maybe it was like a hint for them. But yeah, I love the game. I will say, getting the Morph Ball... was it the Morph Ball or was it the bombs? I think it was one of the two, where it took a while to get. And I was like... Why are we delaying the inevitable? Just give me them. I think it was the Morph Ball.
Well,
it does take a while to get the Morph Ball.
Yeah.
It's like it's after
the super bombs took a while
unless you sequence break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, just phenomenal game. Music was all right. I liked for what it is, because it is this sense of dread and all that you are in this isolated planet that you're trying to escape. I think that it fits well.
Sense of dread.
Sense
of dread.
I
see what you
feel
did there.
I feel like the ambience music fits very well with this. Like, I know that a lot of people are complain that, oh, there's not this bombastic soundtrack or whatever like in other Metroid games, but in other Metroid games it's usually an adventure. Like, you're going to the planet and you're trying to stop these bounty hunters, or you're trying to do this. Here you're trying to survive and trying to escape. I think that it makes sense that it's more ambient, and it makes that moment with robe guy, I forget his name, the Choso, white robe, silent robe, something like that. I forget. No, the other one. The other Choso.
The bad guy or the good?
No, the good guy. The good Choso.
I can't think of his name.
Yeah, something robe. No, it's something robe.
Silent
I think
robe, I want to say.
Yeah, silent robe or something like that. It makes that moment where you encounter him and you talk to him, and Samus's theme starts to pop in. It makes that moment so much more epic, because you haven't had a track like this uplifting or this bombastic in the whole game. I think that it makes that moment stand out even more. Yeah, I just really loved it. In a year of great games, it was a great game.
It's my third favorite game of the year.
Yeah, it's my third. It's also on my third spot.
Yeah,
7 for me, but I'd still love it.
Okay, we are 3 hours and 30 minutes.
How's that all?
Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying over here. No, do you want to talk about?
Takes a week to do this, so.
Do you want to talk about anything else about Metroid Dread before we move on to the games we didn't get to play, which will be fairly short, I think.
Parry's really cool. We never
I think I'm good.
Which one?
The parry.
The parry. Oh yeah, they refined the parry to be so much better now. Now you in Samus Returns, you did the parry and it was like slow, or you slowed down. Here you can do the parry in midair. You can do the parry running. You can do the parry however the hell you want, and it's so good. It is just amazing. I love it, man. If there's ever a Metroid 6, which I hope so, because this one did gangbuster numbers. Like, this is the best-selling Metroid game of all time, if I remember correctly. I think
so.
Something like that. Around that. They do a 6th game. I definitely hope that it's Mercury's theme, because I don't want anyone else touching it and going back to the old formula of slow.
I kind of want Mercury Theme to take another crack at like doing the Castlevania, because I might be interested in actually trying one of those out.
You know what franchise they should tackle? Mega Man X,
Power Rangers,
or at least a Mega Man game. Mercury Theme should do it like the Mega Man CX, maybe, like something like that. I don't know. Or a Zero's or another Zero game, something Mega Man, because I feel like there's a lot of Mega Man X in this Metroid game specifically too. So I know that the wall jumping is not necessarily the same, but it is like it feels more better than doing a wall jump in other Metroid games, where it was this thing where you just. That's also the thing. They just take, like I said, they take from other Metroid games that came before, and they just make things so much accessible. Like they make them more accessible. The abilities and stuff. Oh, I do want to say, kind of a useless ability though, the double jump. That you got it, and then you immediately get the space jump, and you feel like. you feel like that was a waste of time almost. So yeah,
I hated that double jump so much.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think a criticism I've seen that I think is fair is that similar to the criticism I lobbed at Ratchet and Clank earlier. All the upgrades you've seen before if you've played Metroid before, except maybe one. But
Yeah,
I think it still worked.
Invisibility is a new one, which helped a lot for the Emmys. That was great. Like, so dreadful.
And like no spoilers, but oh my god, that ending sequence is amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so all right, I think that's we've covered everything. 3 hours and a half. We've covered everything. So let's quickly talk about the thing that I actually wanted to talk about, and it's the games we left behind. We're gonna probably steamroll through this since we have talked about a lot of these, briefly in whether it's because you guys have mentioned it, or we've mentioned it passing or casually. So games I didn't play that I really wanted to play. It Takes Two. We talked about this earlier, John.
No.
A Way Out was a really fun ride. So yeah, I know that I'm missing out, especially hearing a lot of people when I mentioned that my top 3 was Psychonauts 2, Ratchet and Clank, and Metroid Dread, or before Metroid Dread, it was Bowser's Fury, and all 3 of those are 3D platformers, and this is also a 3D platformer. So I know that I have to play that. We have to play that, John.
Finish the fight, John.
Yeah.
Finish the
I
fight.
know. Maybe we'll try to get to it. Maybe we'll try to get to it this month.
Soon,
Or next
hopefully.
month, whatever.
Hopefully. Guardians of the Galaxy. John keeps telling me to play it, so yeah, it's there. After initially not being interested in this game whatsoever because the trailers didn't do it justice, I guess. But I've heard enough good things out of everybody, not just John, not just Tactical. Heard a lot of people mention how it's actually really, really good. So that's another one that I missed. Death's Door, you mentioned that one too, Tactical. I've only seen a little bit of I saw the whole completionist video, so I've seen what his thoughts are, but I've as of a couple days ago, I have been hearing a lot of people mentioning it in their top 10 games of the year list. So I decided to add it too. One that I'm very, very sad that I couldn't get to this year, and mostly because it just came out 2 weeks ago, I think, and because I want to kind of wait for a physical version. Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. I love Shovel Knight. I don't have to tell you that I love Shovel Knight. It's one of my top 5 games of all time. So anytime I see anything Shovel Knight, I am obviously going to give it a try. I know that this one is like a match 3 thing, but with apparently it's much better than most match 3. It does a lot of the abilities thing here and there. The completionist also did a video on this, and I have heard some people that have played it. Not a lot of people have played it apparently, but some of the ones that have played it have praised it for keeping the charm of Shovel Knight and mixing it with the tree match, or the matching type of gameplay, and that it does it really well. Another game that I didn't get to play, Nier Replicant. Right? It's Nier Replicant? Yeah, Nier Replicant. I don't know why. For the longest... Every time I think about this game, I want to call it Nier Returnal for some reason. I feel like the name would fit. If there weren't a game that came out this year called Returnal, this game would have been called Nier Returnal. I don't know why. But yeah, Nier Replicant. I love Nier Automata, and I played a little bit of that of the original Nier for a first strike a few months ago. So and it was interesting enough. So yeah, I missed that one too. I briefly mentioned this one earlier, but East 9 is another one. I got it day one. It's another Falcom game, so you know that anything that Falcom puts out, I'm gonna be there, but I just couldn't find the time to actually play it. East 8 is a very good RPG that I really liked. It has one of my favorite tracks in any RPG and in games, which is the Boss Battle 2, I believe is the one. It's one that I used back when the channel was the Mystery Room. And I have seen. I actually played a little bit of the demo of East 9, and it was good. And I'm sad that I couldn't find the time to play that one.
Yeah. East 9 is very good. I think I like East 8 overall more, but this one plays better. I just like the narrative of 8 better. And the music still absolutely is amazing.
Okay. Did you get to play Nier Replicant?
No. I played the original release when that came out a long time ago, and I really like it. But I still haven't even made time to play Nier Automata, even though I really love the original Nier. Because
you haven't played it.
Automata's so good.
You gotta play Automata.
Automata's so good. I really like that game.
Get off the call and go play Automata.
Deathloop. I have it on the list because when they first revealed this game, I was excited. It's made by the same people as Dishonored, Arcane, which I really surprisingly love Dishonored because I very rarely like stealth games, but I really love that one. And Deathloop looked real fun from the first couple trailers, and then we started seeing a lot of trailers and more trailers, and every state of play had trailers, and I was like, we're hitting oversaturation with this game now. So, and this one has a mixed reception. Some people really like it, some people really don't like it, some people are right in the middle. I'm still looking forward to playing it, especially since I heard that that there isn't a timer. Like there isn't necessarily like a timer of like, oh, you have to kill these people in this amount of time. It's just if you die, then you reset the loop. It's not timer based. It's just when you die, that's when the loop restarts. So,
yeah, when you die, or you can hit the end of the day. There's 4 sections of the day basically, and you get to go to. You have 4 areas to choose from, and you're like mixing and matching which one you go to which time period. So it's not only when you die, but there's also not like a clock at the top of your screen counting down or anything like that.
Yeah, it's no Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
Blue Fire. This one is. Have you played it? Tactical?
No, but I've heard of it. It looks very cool.
Yes.
I haven't heard of it.
It's Hollow Knight, but it's 3D. Hollow Knight mixed with what I've heard is. This is how Matt from the group sold me on it. It's Hollow Knight combined with A Hat in Time. Because it's like, you know, the combat of like Hollow Knight kind of, but with the platforming of A Hat in Time, which is one of my favorite 3D platformers of all time as well. So I ordered it. It's supposed to arrive one of these days, whenever the hell they decide to arrive. But yeah, that one I saw a little bit of it, and yeah, it looks cool. Eastward was one that I was very excited for, and I have not been able to play. It looks really good. I'm not sure what the consensus on that one is, or what people's thoughts on it are.
I played through it, and
I've
mechanically
heard good.
Yeah, mechanically, I think it's a bit of a letdown, but the art and the music and the narrative are all really good. It's just mechanically, it's very simplistic, and it never really evolves over the course of the game.
Okay. Okay. One that John talked in length earlier, Axiom Verge 2. Obviously, I didn't play it because I'm waiting for my physical copy to arrive. One day when Limited Run Games decides to print them and ship them. Origami 2. I played Origami 1. I call it third person indie Dishonored. You basically have like it's stealth and you have powers and you use those powers to get past guards and stuff. I have not seen like actual footage of the game. I just saw that Origami 2 was coming out and I was like, well, I might as well play it. I know that it's on Game Pass too, so I should probably, but again, no time to play.
Yeah, I played a decent amount of that. It's very fun to play co-op. It's one of only a handful of co-op stealth games in existence, and it's super fun.
Is it the same as the first game, or is it like, or have they?
I didn't play the first game.
Oh, you didn't play it? Okay. And last game I have here of games that I didn't play, Demon Turf.
Yes.
It is
another one I did not play. I played the demo, but I've not played full release.
I played the demo as well, or the trial on Steam, and it's very interesting. It combines a couple interesting mechanics from other platformers, and visually it's also very interesting to look at, since it's kind of like, it almost feels like flat, like your character is flat, so but again, it's a 3D platformer, so I really wanted to play that one.
But I mean, it feels like a Paper Mario. It looks
like a Paper Mario.
Yeah, it feels like a Paper Mario, but plays like a Mario 64. A little more polished than Mario 64, but feels like that with the triple jump and everything.
Almost any 3D platformer is more polished than Mario 64. Oh! Yeah. But what else did you guys didn't have time to play this year that you regret?
Let's see, Hitman 3 I have on my list. I haven't played Hitman 1 or 2 either. Those are also on my backlog, but everybody loves these games. I like creative stealth games, so I know I'll like it. Where am I going to find the time to play what is at least 100 hours of Hitman at this point? I don't know. But it's
I totally forgot that game came out this year.
Yeah, it was in January.
Damn.
I'm just waiting for it to hit Steam.
Oh yeah, it's Epic Store exclusive, huh?
Yeah.
I've got
So far.
Disco Elysium Final Cut. I didn't play the original release. I hear great things.
Yes.
Need to play it. Really, really want to. I just haven't made time. I bought it on a sale recently, and I want to make time. For some reason, I decided to play Immortals Phoenix Rising out of my backlog instead, but that game's also amazing, so I don't know.
I really want to play I know that it's not from this year, but I mean, it was almost from this year since it released very late in December last year.
Mm-hmm.
I have it in my backlog, and my best friend G, he played it and he said, you need to play it. And it's also apparently a fairly not that bad platinum, so yeah,
it's been a lot of fun.
I just wanted to separate myself from Genshin Impact because I was playing that a lot the past year. So, and I know that it's like a similar kind of ish game, so I wanted to separate myself from it before playing Immortals. So
yeah, both very Breath of the Wild inspired, I would say. You know, people use Breath of the Wild inspired way too liberally, but I think with Immortals and Genshin, you can use it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely yeah.
But I also had like a month this year that I was super into Genshin Impact. But we don't need to talk about that. Monster Hunter Stories 2. That game looks very cool, very Pokemon inspired, and I like Monster Hunter. I only played like a couple hours of Monster Hunter Stories 1. At this point, I would probably just skip to 2. I hear it's a lot better, but definitely need to get around to that.
I'm not a Monster Hunter guy.
Just skip the First one.
I'm not a Monster Hunter guy. I played the demo and I really liked it. I ended up buying it on the Switch, but I didn't make time for it. So it's an RPG.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. That is from the demo.
Yeah. This is a weird one. Orcs Must Die 3. I really like those first two games, and the third one came out this year, and I haven't touched it. But
It is a
they're
weird
super
one.
fun, super fun, simple tower defense RPGs. Tormented Souls is a like Resident Evil 1 through 3 kind of inspired game that I really want to play. Looks very cool.
Yeah.
Did not get much press or anything.
I want to play that really bad.
Tormented Souls.
But yeah, it looks good.
It's very
not-
RE1.
Yeah. It didn't get like super great reviews or anything, but I mean, I don't care. It still looks fun. Lost Judgment. I haven't played the first Judgment yet either, but I love all the Yakuza games. So
Yeah.
Same.
God, I have all the Yakuza games and Judgment, and I want to play them, but it's that you really need to like dedicate time to them if you really want to play them, because those games are long.
yeah.
Yep. I'm in the same boat.
Especially
I've only played
the last one, Like a Dragon, since that one is like more RPG now.
Yeah. That's the only one I like 100%. I love that game.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like it.
Okay.
Is it like a dragon?
Like a Dragon? Yeah, that was a...
Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. Brain fart. Yeah. I got 6 and 7 mixed up.
Oh yeah, Song of Life. Gloomhaven got a like PC release. It's more or less the board game, but it plays kind of like Divinity, and that seems right up my alley. I really like that board game, although I haven't gotten to play a ton of it because it's very convoluted to set up and get people going with. But super cool board game. Here made a good PC game as well.
Oh. Never even heard of it.
That one's been on my radar, kind of at the outskirts. I've heard it's really good.
Interesting.
This game I've technically played like 30 hours of already, but because it's a big ass RPG, kind of just scratching the surface. Shin Megami Tensei 5. I've been enjoying it, but I haven't played enough to say whether or not it's like as good as 4 and 4 Apocalypse or anything.
I've heard good things about it. It's just, I don't like challenging games, and I know that the Shin Megami Tensei games are hard as balls.
Yeah, they don't hold your hand at all.
Exactly. Persona.
The boss encounters definitely expect you to like go into the boss battle, get your ass whooped, and then reload and like change your entire team and your character's build and shit to overcome that boss fight. Like you can't just... I mean, you can't. Grinding helps, but even if you go out and grind like 5 levels, you're still not going to beat that boss unless you like put on resistance to their strongest attacks and use items that reflect their strong attacks and stuff. It's very strategic for sure.
Okay.
I've been watching a Let's Play of that game. It looks right up my alley. And I want to play it really bad, but I got to buy it on Switch, so then I can feel good about storing my copy in my collection and then downloading the PC port or the emulator and played at 60 FPS. Through playing games on the Switch.
Yeah, definitely. It looks bland, honestly, and it should not look bland because there's a lot of really cool character designs and enemy designs and stuff, but it just looks kind of bland because of the Switch. I got a Switch OLED for Christmas and it looks worse now because the OLED is pretty screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
There's a 60 FPS mod out for the game already, and that's how I want to play it because it runs at lock 60 in gameplay.
I got Ender Lilies, Quietus of the Nights.
I think that somebody mentioned that in the group. I think it was Zach mentioned it to me as well. He said that if I like, since I like Metroidvanias, I would really like that game. I have it wishlisted on PlayStation, but games.
Yeah. There's a lot of games. I'll throw out Grime as well because it's in that same like they're both Metroidvania but very like Souls inspired in terms of their combat, which I like a lot. Kind of like Salt and Sanctuary from a few years ago. If you played that.
I did, yeah.
And then I've got another Metroidvania on here in Fist, Forged in Shadow Torch, the one we play as the bunny.
Yes.
That's one of my buddy's games of the like their GOTY, their number one.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I definitely need to check it out.
That might be the one that I've been hearing a lot of talk about. Of people are saying it's maybe the best Metroidvania of the year, and that includes Dread.
Interesting.
I mean,
when it came out, I heard some people complaining about it in the group, but then now I just hear a lot of people praising it.
That'd be the one I'm thinking about.
So I don't know. I don't know who to believe.
And then I've got Moonglow Bay, which is like a fishing game. Like it's like a casual fishing game that's kind of Stardew Valley-ish of just like living in a community, fishing, selling your fish. It's got a great soundtrack by Lena Raine, who's one of my favorite composers. She did
from Celeste.
Celeste. Yeah, she did Celeste. She also did Chicory, which we talked about earlier.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, I want to check that out just for her soundtrack, if nothing else. Although I've already listened to the soundtrack on Spotify, but it makes more sense from the game. Ruined King, a League of Legends story, turn-based RPG from what was the studio called? The studio that did Night Chasers, something. I don't know. It looks very cool though, and I really like the lore of League of Legends. I watched Arcane this year, and that show's amazing. One of my favorite shows in a long time. And I hear the lore, at least in the game, is really good, even if the RPG mechanics are a little uneven, as was the case in their last RPG game. And the last one I have is Sky Children of the Light, which finally came to Switch. Used to be mobile only. And that's from the Journey developers, which is, I mean, Journey's awesome. So
what's the name? Sky what?
Sky Children of the Light.
I heard about that game, and then when I saw it was mobile, I was like, "Oh man!" But cool, now it's on. I wouldn't mind actually checking that out. I love Journey.
Interesting. Oh! There's literally a thumbnail that looks like Journey right there. Oh my god. Okay. Interesting.
Awesome. That's all I got.
Okay. John, anything from your end that we didn't mention?
Anything? You mean everything?
Or everything?
Oh boy. Adios. That's been one that I've been wanting to check out for. It came out in March. I've been wanting to check that out for a while. I don't know if you guys know anything about that.
No. Adios?
It's a Adios. Yes, it's a first-person cinematic decision game. Basically, you play as a pig farmer who lets the mob use his pigs to dispose of bodies. And one day you decide to not be a part of that anymore. And so when your old friend, who is a hitman, shows up to deliver another body, you tell him no. And then you spend the rest of the day of him trying to convince you not to want to quit, because that would mean you will probably be killed, and he will be the one to come and kill you. So you basically spend the day talking to him and doing chores with the guy who will probably be the one to kill you.
Huh.
I've wanted to check that out ever since I heard about it. It's got really good reviews on Steam, but it's on sale for $15 right now. I'm kind of thinking about maybe grabbing it. Apparently really short, like a couple hours, But yeah, there's that one. The world, Neil, the world ends with you. I bought that. Just I didn't get around to it. I really want to. Near Replicant. Already talked about it. I love the Near games. Want to play that. Persona 5 Strikers. Haven't played that. I'll get to it eventually. Deathloop. A game that has been out for a while but got a new release this year, Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. I love Doki Doki Literature Club with a burning passion, and I really want to see the new DLC, new chapters they added in. I bought that on PS5 a while back, so that's a soon to play. Inscription, Deathloop. I really want to see all the new stuff in Death Stranding Director's Cut. Oh boy, there's too many games.
What do I keep saying?
Dodgeball Academia. Yeah, I know. Halo Infinite. Maybe Forza Horizon 5. You guys kind of talk me just like maybe just playing 4. I don't know.
I mean, they are relaxing.
I should have wrote all this down on a list. I didn't.
They are relaxing ass games.
I didn't think that far ahead.
If you have nothing else better to do, they're like great podcast games too. Like you just put on a podcast or a video or whatever on the background and just let yourself be ride through the wind, man. Like, but either way, whichever one you decide to play, it's gonna be a fun time. Like, I had my gripes with 5, and I prefer 4, but it's still a good game.
Yeah. Monster Hunter Rise. I really want to check out the newest Monster Hunter, but I'm waiting for
PC.
PC, yeah, comes next month, right?
Yeah, that's out. Yeah, that's out in a couple weeks. And Monster Hunter Stories 2. I want to play both of those. Luckily, it's already on PC. Scarlet Nexus. That's maybe one of my bigger I didn't get to this year that I really wanted to play really bad.
Did that come out this year?
That game just it looks. Yeah, it came out in June.
What the fuck? Thought it had come out like last year. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of.
Nope, June 24th.
Okay.
Yeah, Code Vein came out a while back, but yes, Scarlet Nexus has been big on my list. It's. I've heard a lot of people say it's like anime Dark Souls with some control, and I love all 3 of those.
Yeah, I see the control. I did play through that.
Really wanted to.
I see the control comparisons. I don't really see Dark Souls. Code Vein was very
really
interesting.
wanted to get to that. Okay.
I think people generally really like. Real quick, Oscar, I think people generally really liked it, so I'd say play it. I will say that I thought the story was awful. Also, play as the lady. You have a choice between playing as the guy and the girl. I hear if you play as the girl, the story makes a lot more sense because it was just Garbo mumbo jumbo as the guy.
Hey, that's my kind of game. When you play as the lady, and it's much better than.
I'd play as the girl anyway.
Exactly.
East 9. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2. I still really want to get to that because I've heard nothing but good things. Eastward. So many games. Wolf Stride. I do want to get Wolf Stride and play that because that just looks really cool. I love giant robots and I love anime and I like black and white stories. So that.
Yeah, I think that you would be more into that game than me. I played the demo of it. It looked cool, but I just couldn't get into into it, honestly, into the mechanics. But I think that maybe you would.
Yeah. Chernobylite. I still want to check that out. Just kind of a ball out-ish looking game in the aesthetic.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks like it's very big on
And
the
I love
building components that were in like Fallout 4.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'd like check that out. I'm just kind of waiting for it to go on a little bit deeper sale. It's like $22 right now. If it get around 15, then I would totally buy it. But Voice of the Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars. I watched Mythos play some of that the other day, and that looks really cool. That's another one that I'm kind of thinking about maybe grabbing.
Mm.
Yeah, I can't really think of a whole lot. I mean, there's always more games that I haven't played. But, Game Deck. I'd like to check that out too.
Don't worry, because segue, there's gonna be games coming out. So we're already over the 4-hour mark. So
Yeah.
probably some of these were, we're gonna have in our lists. But there's a lot of games we haven't played. There's a lot of games we played. There's still a lot of games to come. And 2022.
And last but not least, since it technically came to PC this year, even though it's going to take me about 700 hours to get there, Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, always trails, never on trails. Anyways,
I've got 9 games in front of it, but oh well.
God damn it. Yes, you do. But yeah, to finish off this thing that has gone on way longer than I thought it would. Let's finish off by talking about the upcoming games that we're excited for. I actually have a beefy list here of games coming soon, or coming relatively soon. Some I'm not sure if they will come out next year or not. I just decided to make a list of the ones that I think are going to release next year, or hopefully are going to release next year.
Yeah, I've got a big list too. I'll try to cross them off as you go through those.
Okay, so first one you're probably gonna cross off: Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Hell yeah!
I am very excited for that game. As a basically long ass time Pokemon fan, I am very excited for this game. It keeps looking better. With every trailer, it keeps looking better. The first trailer was a little rough. It looked a little
not there. It's 5 frames per second at some point in that first trailer.
Goddamn frames, but it's getting there. It's chugging, and that's the important thing, that it chugs. So I'm very excited. As Pokemon Yellow was one of my first games ever, and I've been playing this series my entire life, and I am very excited for them to take it a step above. I really like the open area in Pokemon Sword and Shield. I know that they said that it's still not going to be fully open world like a Breath of the Wild, but it's still more open than in other Pokemon games still. And it
seems more Monster Hunter. Seems more Monster Hunter than Breath of the Wild or whatever. But I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, same. So yeah, very excited for that one. That's the first game that's gonna drop in hot for me next year. After that, for me, it's going to be Horizon Forbidden West.
Also on the list, of course. Amazing game.
The first one.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah, love the first game. I've tried to not watch too much trailers for a lot of these, since sometimes trailer can either overhype or deflate your enthusiasm or whatnot. I have seen aside from when they showed off gameplay of this a few months ago. I did see like a snippet of like more gameplay a few weeks ago, and the traversal looks way faster, way smoother. The new enemy types also look hella dope. So I am very excited about this. I'm pretty sure that this one, neither of you have it on your list, so I think I'm good. Destroy All Humans 2 remake.
My one.
My favorite Destroy All Humans? Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know that. I know that it's just a remake, but I'm still counting it as something that I'm excited for next year. I really like the first Destroy All Humans remake, with the exception of the fucking final boss that can go fucking die in hell. That was God, that final boss fight was a piece of shit. But the second game is technically better in terms of gameplay and everything, so I assume that the remake will technically be better as well. So I'm excited for that one. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. This is a RPG that has been in the making for a long time.
Oh, right.
I loved what I saw the moment that this game was shown off years ago, and I really hope that it actually releases next year and it doesn't get delayed again, because that looks like a really good RPG to sink my teeth in. Forspoken.
Yep, definitely on my list.
It God, that movement, those magic powers, all of that shit, it looks so good. My one, I guess, concern is the character models kind of don't match the rest of the game. Like, the character models look PS4-ish, and the textures, the magic, and every other thing looks PS5-ish. So, hopefully they polish that a little bit before release. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I'm excited.
My one concern for that game is the character. She's kind of annoying in the trailers, honestly, so far, and apparently, she's like a black girl from the Bronx about to go to prison is the story of where she's coming from, and she was written by a bunch of white dudes, which is reason to be concerned.
Oh no. I was gonna say, well, remember, Aloy was kind of annoying in that first initial reveal trailer for Horizon, but now that you mentioned that, now I'm kind of concerned too.
Yeah, I hope it's great, and I'm still very excited about it. Even like cutting out anything story related, I'm just excited about the gameplay of that game alone.
Yeah, it looks insane.
The second Attack on Titan was sold.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
The movement.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Bayonetta 3.
Yep, on my list as well.
It's a mommy. Say hello to mommy. She's back. Hopefully, she's back next year. Let's hope there's no delays or anything. Which I still haven't played Bayonetta 2. I'm just going off of Bayonetta 1, so I need to finally sit down and play Bayonetta 2 before 3 comes out.
Good. Good.
Evil West. It basically, like, Red Dead, I guess Red Dead, technically, kinda, maybe, but with supernatural monsters and shit. It looks hella dope. It reminds me of that old PS2 game Dark Watch, but more colorful and more insane than that. I think that they showcased it, or they showed a trailer of it recently. Because it had been like
Game Awards.
Yeah, in the Game Awards, I think it had been a while since they had shown anything of that game, and still looks good, and I'm still looking forward to it. It looks very interesting to me. Another one that I'm sure it's on both of yours lists, God of War Ragnarok. Like, come on. Do I even need to say why I want to play this? Come on. Just play God of War 2018. You'll know why. Gotham Knights. I know that John probably has this one.
Also on my list.
Also on yours? Okay. It looks...
Yes, I do.
It looks fun. It looks good. I personally, just like John, I'm more interested in this game than Suicide Squad.
More interesting than Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. This one just looks, and maybe it'll turn out the other way around. Maybe this one will be shit and Suicide Squad will be actually good. Who knows? I just, going off by what I've seen and how it looks, this one looks more fun to me to play.
Yeah,
than the other one.
They're both on my list. Suicide Squad is as well, but I like. We haven't seen a lot of gameplay from either, but from what we have seen, it seems like Gotham Knights is more of that Batman Arkham style of combat, whereas Suicide Squad basically looks like a third-person shooter with powers.
Yeah. This one is definitely on your list. The Last of Kirby.
Yeah.
Or Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, whatever, you know. God, I was so excited when I saw that shit a few months back in the direct. That was, oh man, I love Kirby. But I will admit I did not play Star Allies because it just looked like every other Kirby. Especially after going into the wild direction that was Planet Robobot, which I love, which is my favorite Kirby game. I fucking love the whole mech thing in that game, the mechanic and all that. So seeing Star Allies just kind of backtrack again made me like not want to play it. I bought it recently, actually, for cheaper, $26, I think. But yeah, I'll probably play it before this one. But I'm very excited. It looks so good. It looks so good, and I'm so ready. This is the actual first 3D platforming Kirby. Like,
yeah, like the N64 one had like 3D elements to the background and stuff.
But it wasn't
kind of
full.
like went around stuff, but
yeah, but this is the full first 3D Kirby, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like how on rails it is, or if it is like truly super open. Hopefully we'll find out in a direct soon.
Maybe it'll be like Mario Odyssey, like segmented areas, open areas, you know.
Yeah, the vibe I kind of got from the trailer was more of a Mario 3D world, where you're moving in 3D, but it's pretty linear. But I would like for it to be more open.
Yeah. Either way, I'm excited for whichever direction they're taking this game. Now, this one, I'm 100% sure neither of you have it on your list. Multiverses.
No.
The Warner Brothers Smash. It's the Smash. Warner Bros. Smash clone.
Don't care.
I'm the only reason I'm excited for this shit is because A, it's a Smash clone. And B, because I'm gonna do this for License to Game, baby, and you know we're gonna have fun there.
I probably would have put that on my list if I had remembered what it was, because I definitely saw it scrolling through a list of upcoming games earlier today, and I was just like, oh, whatever. It sounds like some Facebook shit or something. Didn't even click on it.
Kind of is though. But yeah, I mainly put it as a quote-unquote joke, but not really, because I'm still kind of excited to play that. Sonic Frontiers.
Also on the list.
I hope it's good. God, I hope it's good. That's all I want, is that it's a good Sonic game, goddammit. Like, it can be done. If fan games have taught us anything, it's that it can be done. I haven't done it yet for Hack Attack for one of my streams, but there is a fan game called Sonic GT, and I have heard that it's like really good, like much better than any of the other 3D Sonic games. And I recently played Spark the Electric Jester 2, and that was really good as well. I'm really hoping that this game is actually good. Like, please be good. We've had enough bad Sonics to last us a lifetime. We need a good one, man.
Yeah, like it seems like they're kind of going for open world, at least from that one trailer that we saw. But
It's a recurring theme.
That's why I'm interested.
you know, I hope they pull it off. I feel like in general in 3D Sonics they need to slow them down a little bit, especially if they're going to go for an open world to make it work. But we'll see.
Yeah. And also, please don't do Final Fantasy meets Sonic again, aka Sonic 06. Please, God, no.
Kiss the lady Sonic.
No.
We all want to see it.
No.
Kiss the human.
No.
You're right.
A game that
That's what
was
the internet's for.
exactly a game that was that was supposed to come out this year too, and I guess they moved it to next year, and I didn't even know. TMNT Shredder's Revenge.
Mhm.
The surprise beat 'em up comeback of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I was looking forward to that this year, but they pushed it back, I guess. I think it's made by the same guys as River City Girls. I think.
Oh,
maybe?
really?
I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Oh no, it's no. Oh god, I didn't put that in the list. But yes, River City Girls 2. That needs to go on the list. No, Shredder's Revenge is from the guys who did Scott Pilgrim vs. the World.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Yes. So I think so. I think it's them. It might be them. I could be wrong, and I could be screwing the pooch. Don't take it at face value.
More than likely.
Exactly. I know John doesn't have this one. I'm not sure if you've even heard of this one, Tactical. Clive and Wrench.
Oh, I think I played a demo of that.
You played the demo?
Right?
Yes. You played the demo? Oh,
I did.
You were talking to me about that.
Oh man, it's Banjo-Kazooie meets Spyro meets Crash. It's basically 3D platformer amalgamation, and oh man, the developer, I have him on Twitter, and I know that he loves Spyro because one of the levels is like the bone. It's like there's fossils in one of the stages that I've seen in the trailers, and it literally looks like the bones from the Spyro 2 level of Skelos Badland. And I know that the developer is a fan of Spyro. And I think that one of the bosses in the game I saw kind of looked like a purple dragon too. So yeah, I've seen that game, and I really want it. I've been keeping an eye on that game for years now, and I really want to play that. So yeah, I'm very excited for that. And last for me, we're keeping the dream alive, gentlemen. We're keeping the dream alive. I know that probably John doesn't care, but we're keeping the dream alive. Hollow Knight Silksong.
Yeah, that's on my list too.
We need to keep.
It was not on the list for next year, but
Actually?
Well, I don't know. I heard some stuff today about that they've been talking about Silksong in February.
Would be nice. Would be nice.
So I don't know.
Would be a nice.
That's terrible timing. What are they doing? There's a million games releasing in
Well,
February.
yeah.
I know.
On one side, it's
For
terrible.
you guys, I don't care.
On one side, it's terrible, but on the other side, it would be a nice birthday present if they finally release Silksong. Yeah, goddamn, where are you, Silksong? We keep every Indie Direct, we're hoping and praying that you show up, and you just don't show up. But what else are you guys excited for? I know that Elden Ring is probably one of them.
Yeah.
You want me to keep?
You can go down.
Keep going. You can scratch more off.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay. Yeah. Elden Ring.
Yeah, Elden Ring's number one.
way up there,
Absolutely.
and it's
Most anticipated.
it's not number one for me, but it's massively anticipated, and it also sucks because I know I'm going to have to throw Horizon on a shelf until I beat Elden Ring because I will not want to play Horizon until I will not want to play anything until I finish Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But
Beating Horizon in a week is
this-
gonna be an impossible task. So I like. Maybe
Yeah,
I'll play
I
them
know.
both at the same time. I am taking a vacation the day that Elden Ring comes out, so maybe I'll try to play them side by side. But that's also going to be rough. They're both massive.
Yeah. Oh, Elden Ring is a grab the case, run in here, throw it in, pray to God it doesn't have a gigantic update that I have to wait 2 days for, and start playing. But yeah, I'm no, my number one, and this will probably not be any surprise to Lion that my number one over the mountain of every other game, Frostpunk 2.
Of
I
course.
cannot freaking
I
wait
give up.
for Frostpunk 2. I was so happy when they announced the second one. I have almost 112 hours into the first one, and I'm absolutely terrified to think how much time I will put into the second one. But yes, Frostpunk 2 is on top of the mountain. I love Frostpunk. Other than that, I don't think either one of you have this one on your list. Open Roads. I've been waiting for over a year for news on when the heck that game is actually going to release, and I have not heard anything, but they still say next year. So,
From Fulbright.
yeah, it was at the Game Awards year before last, I think. It's from Fulbright. It's the one of the mother-daughter taking the road trip cross country.
Hmm. Oh.
Yeah, they did
Tacoma, Gone
Tacoma.
Home. It's the same.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm.
Oh, they did
I
Tacoma?
was very excited. Yes, Fulbright did.
Oh, okay. Now I'm suddenly interesting. I like Tacoma a lot.
Now you're interesting? That's what you said.
I'm falling asleep here, John. Just shut up.
So after that one is another one that I have not heard anything about in
I bet I know what it is.
almost 2 years, which is Goodbye Volcano High.
Yep, saw that one coming.
Yep. I have been. I search the internet for any news of that about once a month, and
Yeah, I
nothing ever
forgot
comes
one.
up.
Now that you mentioned that one, I forgot about Oxenfree 2, John.
That's on my list.
Yes, I was waiting.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot.
I was
didn't-
waiting for you to either realize you forgot or for me to say it. But
yeah.
Yeah, Oxenfree Lost Signal. I can't wait for that. The first Oxenfree is one of my favorite games of all time. Another one I'm kind of interested to see what it is. I don't technically know if I'm interested in the game. Is Haunted Space.
Haunted Space?
That one, I think it was the Game Awards. It's like a ship battling game with Lovecraft creatures. It's a space game.
Oh.
Yeah.
E3 was when it
I'm
apparently.
I'm fairly interested. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty interested to get my hands on that. If it is as good as it looks.
Suddenly there's a bunch of
play that 'cause I-
goddamn space combat games. Chorus, this.
Oh, that's
No.
another. Yeah, that's another game that I missed this year was Chorus.
I'm very close to buying it, honestly.
Yeah,
have too many
I
games
freaking
at this
love
point.
That one trophy. That one trophy is so good.
Die in permadeath.
But back to game. Yes. Yeah. Life is Strange Remaster. I'll play through Life is Strange Season 1 and Before the Storm again. I'm really interested to see what they do. They haven't really shown much that looks like upgraded, but I'll give it a shot because I love those games. games. War Hospital. I'm very kind of interested to see what that's going to be. It's like 3D isometric. You run a hospital in World War One.
Huh.
I haven't seen much about it, but it looks kind of cool, and I like those kind of games.
Okay. Interesting.
What else that you guys have? Oh, one that's coming out relatively soon. I think it's out in January. Dying Light 2.
February 4th, I believe.
Love the first. Okay. I love the first Dying. Wait a minute. Did you say February? Oh,
Yeah, I think it's February 4th.
Oh, come on. Not another February.
At least it's early February. Everything else is late February. Still, it's like a week after Pokemon Legends Arceus. So.
Five.
Yeah, but John doesn't care about Pokemon.
Oh, you don't care about that?
I don't. I like Pokemon. I haven't played the Pokemon. I have had Sword and Shield or Shield or whichever one I bought since the day it came out and haven't ever played it. So, But yeah, Dying Light 2. That's one. I really hope that game is good. I've got some concerns with stuff that's been happening at that studio.
Definitely, I like the first game a lot, and I want this one to be really good, but I'm with you, I'm very concerned about the quality of the game at this point, that we're gonna have another Cyberpunk kind of thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have a pre-ordered. I'm going on faith because I love that first game so much. But I don't know. It may be the day before it ships. I'm canceling a pre-order. What else? There was an RPG.
I forgot about this one that I didn't mention, but Brock the Investigator. Have you ever heard of it, Tactical?
No.
It's you play as an alligator who is an investigator, and it's like a 2D or it's like beat 'em up with like investigating. I played the demo and it was real cool. It was supposed to come out this year too, but it got delayed. Yeah,
isn't there like a little gator platforming game that you played a demo of too? Did you enjoy that?
I played a little bit of it. It was interesting. I need to go back to play a little bit more of the demo because I didn't play too much. I was just I entered and played 5 minutes and got out. But yeah, there's suddenly a renaissance.
2022, you're the gator man.
A renaissance of gators, isn't there? John, I know that you have one game on your Steam wishlist that is about gators too. I don't remember which one it is.
Is it later alligator?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know what the fucking thing.
Yeah, I think it's later alligator.
That's a. Oh yeah,
I totally forgot about Tunic. I didn't put that on the list.
Yep, that's on mine.
Yeah,
that sounds familiar.
It's the Zelda clone. Zelda clone. With the fox. Yeah.
Surprisingly challenging, at least in the demo.
Yes, I died so many times in that goddamn demo. All right. Anything else, John?
Back to a couple more. I don't even know whether to mention this game because we've been hearing about it for 3,000 years. But after the trailer at the Game Awards, I'm really excited to see what Crossfire X is going to be.
Oh God.
I don't know if I should even put that on there.
I feel like we've been hearing about Crossfire X since before the PlayStation 4 at this point.
And Marvel's Midnight Sun. I've got some questions, but I got some concerns that they're going to put. I mean, it's the XCOM guys, so they do good stuff. I love XCOM.
Yeah, did you play Chimera Squad? Because I started playing that recently, and I'm more concerned about Midnight Suns now, because I don't really like Chimera Squad.
Oh boy.
No, I have not. I've last time I really heard anything about. I have Chimera Squad. I haven't downloaded, but the last time I heard about it, I heard that it was kind of buggy. So
It's still very buggy. I can't launch it from Steam. I have to like go into my folder, my common folder inside of the Steam apps, whatever, just to launch the game. And then it still like constantly comes up with an error, like a red screen error. It says that I just have to like escape out of constantly. It's super annoying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've not even launched that game. Yeah, that's concerning.
But I'm still excited.
Yeah.
I still love XCOM, Enemy Unknown, and XCOM 2 a lot.
Yeah. Enemy Unknown, I've yet to play 2, but Enemy Unknown's fantastic. One that Lion will grumble at because he tried the first game and didn't like it. One of my favorite games, A Plague Tale Requiem. I love A Plague Tale, the first one, and I cannot wait for Requiem.
Yeah, I adore that first game. It's very underrated in my opinion.
Oh, that first game's freaking fantastic.
I mean, like, it's what do you not like about it, Lionheart? If we can just dwell on this for a moment.
Playing
He
it
doesn't
like
like stealth games.
The gameplay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the most impressive gameplay you've ever seen. It's like a tier above, like an Uncharted, which I find unbearably boring to play, even though they have great stories. But
exactly.
But it's still not like the most amazing game you've ever seen. I do think it has a really great narrative that's worth playing through, though, and it works. Stealth works better than Uncharted's constant just shoot the guy in the head and then pretend like you're not evil.
Yeah.
I love
Uncharted.
Hey, I love Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy, and I like 3, and 1 and 2 are on the bottom for me. I don't know. It's not Uncharted. It's more like, to me, it's like The Last of Us 1, which I really don't like playing that game at all.
I love that game, so maybe that's why I enjoy it.
Yeah, probably.
Blake Dale. That is, I see the similarities for sure.
Last of Us 2 plays even better.
I have it,
but the last couple games I have is one that I was super excited about, and then an announcement came out about, and I was very not excited, and then they pulled it back, and I'm back to excited again. Is Stalker 2: Heart of Chernobyl?
Yeah. I totally exactly know the trajectory that you're talking about, even.
Oh god.
That NFT
bullshit. Pulled the NFT crap back out of it, so
yeah,
maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I never played Stalker, but like from the E3 showcase last year, like Stalker 2 looked freaking incredible. Like to the point that I was like, oh yeah, that's one of my most anticipated, and I'm really excited about it. But knowing that there are people at the head of that studio that are like all in on NFTs, even if they did pull it back, like there's still people there that obviously want to be in on it. That's a little concerning.
Yeah, I don't know. The last couple I have, that this one might be wishful thinking, but hey, it says 2022. Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild 2. We can hope that it's probably not going to happen.
Maybe it will by almost end of the year. Probably, I think that they'll.
Yeah.
Kirby's going to be the Pokemon is going to be the big one on January. Then Kirby on March, right? March was when Kirby was.
I don't think it has a date yet.
Dude, okay.
Oh yeah, I don't think so.
I feel like Kirby will be like around that time, like either March, April, or summer at the very least. And then they'll definitely need a last game for the year, and it'll probably be Breath of the Wild 2.
Yeah. They've also got Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope sometime next year, which is on my list.
Right. I forgot about that one.
And just quick rapid fire through these. Ghostwire Tokyo, still interested.
Yep.
Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I hope it's as good as that DLC from Borderlands 2 because that's one of my favorite DLCs of all time.
Yeah, I
It
also
looks
have that
like
on
that
my list,
DLC.
and I'm just now getting to the round of the Borderlands 3 DLC, but it's been a good reminder. Like, yeah, Borderlands is really fun. They don't blow you away, but
I
they're
have
good
not
fun.
played 3. Stray with that cat game.
Yep, it's on my list.
Gorgeous.
Wait, what?
I'm
Which one?
Stray. It's that
Oh,
one.
the cat game. Uh huh.
Yeah. Saints Row. Yeah.
Saints
We'll
Row's
see.
also on my list. Like, honestly, from the last trailer, I think it was at the Game Awards. Like, it looks really good from that trailer. Like, I'm still a little skeptical. Potentially could not turn out well. But that last trailer, I mean, there's just like you're just constantly doing crazy shit. You're wingsuiting around, you're blowing shit up. There's like you're flying a jet between buildings. It just looks super fun.
Yeah. The last, I think, 4 that I have, the Callisto Protocol.
Yep. It's on my list.
Because it's from the people who did Dead Space. Put that in my blood right now. I need that game. Little Devil Inside. Oh boy, this one's almost just of a I kind of have to know. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins.
Yeah. Hey, whoa, that's on my list. I played both of the demos. That game is incredibly fun. The story, trash. Absolute trash. Positive it'll be garbage.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's super fun. Souls-like combat. From
We
the
need
Neo,
to kill
people that make
chaos.
which the Neo games are also super fun.
And the last couple I have, Slime Rancher 2. That's on the low end of my interest, but I like the first Slime Rancher. What the heck? That was the monkey game. Can't remember the name of it. Wukong? Wu.
Oh yeah. I think it is just called Wukong.
No idea.
Yeah.
It's from a Chinese
Korean-
developer, I think, or Korean, something
Chinese.
like that.
Mm.
They came out with one gameplay trailer that looked like better than any game ever when that trailer came out a year and a half ago or something.
Is gorgeous looking.
Yeah,
Still,
graphically
they
it looks
just released
amazing.
the trailer not long ago with some gameplay, and it still looks really good. And then I think my last 2 are Homeworld 3. I love the Homeworld games. Scorn. I really hope that we haven't seen much of that, but that trailer from the Xbox event year before last, I think, made me super interested in it. And the last, I had one more, and I can't remember which one it was. You can go on, and then if I remember which one it was, I will come back in and say.
Okay. Tactical.
Yeah. Surprisingly, still plenty of games on my list. There are a lot of games coming out next year, supposedly.
There's too many games.
First one, Triangle Strategy, from the same like 2D HD art style as Octopath Traveler, but feels like Final Fantasy Tactics. I love the demo. Really excited to play the full game. Babylon's Fall. That's it's a co-op platinum game, which just sounds really cool. It could turn out terrible. I know a lot of people are very skeptical.
I've heard a lot of bad things about that beta.
I didn't even know there was a beta. But
yeah, some people have been able to play it, and apparently it is rough.
That's interesting. I mean, Platinum usually makes good games, but maybe they make a bad one here. I don't know. I guess all their licensed stuff is pretty bad, but.
Come on, Transformers Devastation was good. Come on. Don't.
I played the demo and I hated that.
Legend 4 is not terrible.
Okay. Cuphead, Delicious Last Course, the DLC.
All right.
That's going to be very good. I hope it's longer than a typical DLC because that's been in development for like 5 years or something.
Jesus
We'll see.
Christ, yeah.
This one I honestly don't think looks very good, but I'm still going to play it anyway. Chocobo GP, the racing game.
Yes, hell yeah. I'm here for that.
Splatoon 3 is supposed to come out next year. I've been playing a lot of Splatoon 2 with my family because I got it for them for Christmas. And yeah, I've been having a blast. I just played through most of the campaign of Splatoon 1 this morning on stream because I never finished it. I'm going to finish that tomorrow on stream. And it's very good.
Well, I think that Breath of the Wild 2 just got pushed back because I totally forgot about Splatoon 2. Splatoon 3. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, the bundle of the first two games, remake. Art style's a little sketchy. I don't love it compared to the original art style, but I still love those games. This one's weird because, fuck J.K. Rowling, but Hogwarts Legacy is supposed to come out next year. Still like the Harry Potter universe. Hey, I'm also excited for that one. I just didn't put it on the list because I'm not even sure if that will come out next year. We didn't see anything this year, and they haven't given an update. They did say, hey, it's still in development, but it's still not coming. So we haven't actually seen any solid gameplay.
Yeah, supposedly people saw gameplay forever ago and
and
on their phones or whatever, but
I haven't seen. Yeah, their uncle Robert from from Hogwarts University or something showed them
Hogwarts University. Metal Slug Tactics looks super cool. Metal Slug art style, but Final Fantasy Tactics kind of layout. Nobody Saves the World, the new game from Drinkbox, who makes Guacamelee, and it's a weird game where you cut across your screen. You know, Severed, I think it's called.
No idea. I know Guacamelee. I don't know the other one.
But yeah, they have not missed yet, so I'm excited about that. Planet of Lana, we've seen at a couple of indie showcases. It looks gorgeous. It's kind of a side-scrolling. Looks kind of Limbo inspired, not art style wise, but in terms of type of game. Limbo Insight kind of.
That's that one from the start of the Game Awards with the girl riding the robot, and then the other big robots came in.
Yeah,
that one I'm interested in that.
Replace. You looking at Planet of Lana? It looks really good. Art style's great.
Okay.
Replaced, another game that looks like it has a great art style, kind of cyberpunk future side scroller, but ridiculously good art style. I think it was at PlayStation's they're not their E3 because they didn't do E3, but a showcase around them this last year. Salt and Sacrifice. I said earlier I like Salt and Sanctuary. Salt and Sacrifice sequel is supposed to come out next year. Looks very good. Redfall, which is from Arcane, but it's supposed to be cooperative, and I'm very curious to see how they work the crazy things that Arcane does with traversing worlds with a cooperative experience. That trailer didn't really do much for me. Honestly, it's just off of the name and the fact that I like playing co-op games with my friends. But the trailer, fighting the vampires and stuff, is I'm not really into vampire stuff.
Oh
yeah. I'm seeing a demo. What is the vampire looks like? Drake of the 99 Dragons or something like that.
Yeah, you can see that. Somerville is another a third-person adventure game. We've seen a couple trailers for it. It's robot or I guess aliens invading the planet, and you're a father with his family trying to survive. That looks very cool. It's supposed to come next year. Soldiers is another Metroidvania Souls-like game. Looks cool. That's becoming a crowded genre somehow, but it looks cool still. This one's 100% nostalgia for when I used to like Digimon games, but Digimon Survive has been in development forever, supposedly coming out next year.
Yeah. That's one I just remembered.
That game doesn't want to come out.
No.
It does not. It is not surviving.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which is supposed to come out very early next year. Again, that's just nostalgia. I really like Yu-Gi-Oh! I hope that it focuses on those first like few generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Before every deck was a one-turn kill deck.
Mm.
But we'll see. Ayuden Chronicles Rising.
I
This isn't the actual.
I knew you were gonna have it in the list. That's why I didn't say anything.
This is not the actual like the Suikoden successor. Yeah, this is the side-scrolling one. Yeah. But it looks very cool. And I'm excited for that. What is hopefully going to be a franchise.
Mm.
Warhammer 40k Darktide that's the successor to Vermintide and Vermintide 2, which are both games I really enjoy from the same developer, Fat Shark. But this one's more of like a shooter in space and stuff, more futuristic.
Okay.
One of my most anticipated from the Messenger developer, Sea of Stars, supposed to come out next year.
I didn't put that one because I wasn't sure if it was gonna come out next year or not. But yes, I love the Saboteur. So I mean that's Saboteur, the Messenger. Fuck, I'm falling asleep here. I mentioned the Saboteur earlier, and I was supposed to say the Messenger. God damn it! When I mentioned Cyber Shadow.
Oh yeah.
But
I was
bring
a little
back
confused because the Saboteur is like a third-person like stealth game.
Hey, but
yeah, I didn't say anything. But...
Hey, but bring back the Saboteur, remastered remake. Come on.
And then my last one. I'm assuming you just forgot about this. Lionheart Shovel Knight Dig is supposed to come out next year.
Yes. Is it? We didn't get
on
anything.
Game Informer's list for next year.
We didn't get anything this year out of it. It almost felt like Pocket Dungeon replaced it because we didn't hear anything about the game after last year, and then suddenly Pocket Dungeon pops up, and this is the one that they're advertising and talking about. And now I'm like, okay, but what happened to Dig?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a SteamWorld Dig kind of game, which I love both of the SteamWorld Digs.
Same here.
Yeah, that's all of my most anticipated.
I got four more here, and then I'm done.
Oh boy, come on.
The one that I am absolutely terrified that they're going to screw up, but I'm really excited. The Dead Space remake. Supposed to be out next year. I hope it's good. Dead Space 1 is fantastic, as is Dead Space 2, and we don't talk about Dead Space 3. I really hope Dead Space 1's good because I want a Dead Space 2 remake so bad. The other one that I forgot about one of the more excited things that I really hope we get some news soon. Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. That sounds like a very cool project.
Yeah, also Final Fantasy 16, which I don't think is announced for next year, but it's in the works.
I don't know.
I don't think it's gonna be out next year, but hey.
Oh yeah, I doubt it.
If it is, then good.
Yeah.
Just leave it for the tail end of the year.
From 7 Before Crisis, Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus all together in one thing with apparently new stuff. I'm really excited because that kind of sounds like a good tide over until maybe we get an announcement for Remake 2. I don't know. And the Outlast Trials is a prequel to the first two Outlast games. I'm mildly interested. I just hope it's better than the last Outlast game because that one's not the greatest. And last but not least, Lion, I'm shocked and disappointed that you did not have.
I am falling asleep.
Legend of Heroes: Trails from Zero and Trails from Azure.
I mean, they are, well, yeah, I guess you could, yeah, sure.
I mean, I didn't not excited about it because I can go play them right now if I want to.
No, I didn't add them because, those are old games that are now being, translated, officially translated to English. But yes, of course I'm excited. who here is gonna go into the NIS shop whenever they put those shits into pre-order and pre-order the collector's edition that is like twice as expensive? Who? Me. That's who.
Yeah.
Because I need to have all of those collector's edition.
Yeah, I think that's. I guess I can add maybe if it ever happens the Cyberpunk edition for PS5, but that's questionable at this point.
Cyber who?
I still want to play that game.
Oh boy. Maybe with mods. Maybe with mods, it'll play fine.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I think I'm good.
Okay, good, because we're almost at 5 hours here, and I need to go to sleep to work tomorrow. So, oh boy, this took longer than
till the new year.
This almost. This took longer than I thought it would, but hey, we had fun. We talked about a lot of games. Goddamn, there's too many games, man. There's just too many games.
Sure.
Too many games to play, too many games to talk about, too many games, just too many games. But yeah, I want to thank my usual partner in crime, John, for being here.
Yep.
Tactical Dreamer, sir, thank you for being here. These 5 hours. This gauntlet. This almost felt like the gauntlet from Forza Horizon 5 of doing all those laps. People can find you over at
you can find me streaming on my personal channel, twitch.tv/tacticaldreamer, but also search for Spelunkers, a game exploration podcast on your podcast app or on YouTube. That's where a lot of my content is as well.
All right. And you have specifically go look for the Chris Tales discussion.
That's not one to look for.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's definitely the first one you should look for.
Yeah, if you want to if your immediate reaction you want from me is just like, wow, this guy hates video games, that's the one you should watch.
Oh god. Maybe we should. I don't know. But anyways, people, that's it for I was gonna say tonight's stream. We didn't stream. I was recording. That's it for today's video, or this video. Hopefully, next video I do, it's not this long. Jesus H. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, people, till next time, may your hunts be your guiding key. And remember, stay inside, stay alive, stay hydrated, be kind to everybody. By the time this gets uploaded, it'll probably be the New Year's. So Happy New Year, everybody. And as always, take care and good night. Or good day, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. Just good day. Good day, mate.
Good.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.